Why does that look wrong? Okay, that was the there was a white overlay over the top of some words. I couldn't read the words. Here is a big shout out to Steve Atkins. Hello, Steve. Steve recently posted saying, "Does this guy ever finish a sentence?" And in answer, so this is TrampCast. The channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me. Down and out. A homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some will say a bum. I wouldn't. That means something very different in English as well. But a person who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. So that's Delta Mike, that's down and out. In Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain, and the south end of the Costa Blanca south. Down kind of towards Murcia, but a little way away. Halfway in between Alicante and the city of Murcia, probably, roughly. Okay, that's Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. And here we go, folks. It's Sunday night. I am a tramp, as we just discussed, a homeless guy, a vagrant, an indigent person. I live in a field, initially with no shelter. Nowadays, with the luxury, the sheer luxury of a tent and some tarpaulins. Tent's getting old now. They don't last long in permanent use. But we're okay. We're okay for now. I'm hoping to get through winter with it. Hoping. I have the next tent already in case. So no worries there. But our new friend Steve Atkins, feels that not only do I just go off at tangents, I leave sentences unfinished, which isn't a thing that I have identified myself. Maybe I'll watch back and see. I mean, maybe he means that I'm halfway through one thought and I jump off somewhere else, and then somewhere else, and sometimes I can find my way back and complete an original thought. Sometimes maybe they do get left dangling. I mean, I am what I am, folks. Some people find it interesting enough to want to stick about, others not. I'm probably not going to change who I am and what I am to suit you. And that's not me having a go at anybody. I'm not having a go at Steve. I'm 57. I'm not going to change my way. If I can identify an issue and tackle it and overcome something that I agree is a problematic characteristic, I'll have a go. If I can change it and stop it, I will. But in essence, this program, the TrampCast Hangout, is a free-flowing, unstructured, the conversation goes where it goes kind of thing. And if I have a thought and jump off at a tangent, that's what's going to happen. I'm going to jump off on a tangent. And you ain't going to stop me. Unless you can get me to agree that, yes, that's a flaw and I shouldn't do it, and I'll try and tackle it. In this instance, it's not something I've ever noticed. It's not something I feel is a problem, and currently I have no intention of tackling it. Therefore, it's not going to change. Probably. But I welcome the feedback in all instances, even if I get a little bit snippy in my replies. Let's see if there's anybody out there. There's nobody out there saying hello. That's okay. People are still arriving. There's about 5 of you out there at the minute. And 3 have hit the thumbs up button. That's always good. Now, in terms of chat, folks, you want to hit the whatever kind of configuration button you have. Sometimes it's a cog, sometimes it's a 3-line burger menu. And you want to switch away from top chat. So this show is best watched with chat enabled. If you're here live, then you want chat here now. If you're watching on replay, so if you're not watching this Sunday evening Spanish time, Sunday night, 10 o'clock my time, 9 o'clock UK, 4 p.m. US Eastern. If you're not watching roughly there or thereabouts, if you're watching this on replay, you want live chat replay, which is signified by 2 speech bubbles under the on the bottom of the player, or by there's a kind of a slider grid. They're pushing this big thing at the minute of what do they call it, where you boost a video. Anyway, next to that there'll be chat. You want chat, and you want to have all messages are visible rather than top chat. Here's Farmer, my friend Fabrizio from over on Big Clive and Scruff Dog. Fell asleep through both last night, mate. I said hello in both, and then I nodded off in both. Sorry to Big Clive and to Scruff Dog, who pops over here occasionally. It's not a personal thing. It's not a slight on you. It's just that my sleep pattern's a little bit disrupted. Now I'm talking about sleep patterns, I yawn. That's not a real yawn. That's psychosomatic. I did one the other night, didn't I? Friday into Saturday, and was it 6.5 hours? 6 hours 20 minutes, I think. And I only stopped then because the audience dropped off. I was perfectly capable of carrying on going, I think. But that disrupted my sleep pattern for the day, and we got to Saturday night. It's not real, it will go away. I got to Saturday night, and I was nodding off. And I slept and slept and slept. I slept through about an hour of Big Clive. I slept through everything after the first half hour of Scruff Dog. And then I slept the rest of the night and woke up this morning fairly late by my standards. For sleeping in one go. I slept right through until 7 o'clock, which is when I took the doggy for a walk. Are you there, babe? You are there. Hold on. Okay, hold on. She is here. She's in attendance. She was buried under the covers before. I'm just gonna pop this out and one of the what do you call them? Traditions. That's what I was looking for. One of the traditions of the channel, folks. I don't know if you can make out in the black shadows there. I hesitate to put the light on because she doesn't actually like the light, but there she is. Here she is. Hey, babe. It's Tina. Can we get a cuddle? You're going to say hello to the peoples. How about a little back? Say hello to Fama. Fabrizio. Eh? Hello. Oh. Here we go. A little cuddle between the eyes, just there, look. You like that? And then we'll do an eyebrow. Do the other eyebrow, and then we'll leave you alone. Okay, babe? It's okay. I know you don't like the light. Okay, folks, that's Tina go. That's one of the obligations done now. If I turn that back to the real star of the show, she would argue she was the star. But okay, come and say hello. Zami Adams. Hello. Can I get clarification on the name Zami without being rude? Male or female? It's not a name I'm familiar with unless it's like a deliberate nickname for a Sammy. Even then, is that a Samantha or is that a Samuel or just Sam? Help me out. Help a guy out. I don't mean to be rude. I just like to have a better handle on people's names, if that's okay. I saw the broken spatula. I saw the broken spatula at the start. I don't know if he repaired it. There was all sorts of talk about how to repair it. Yeah. I would call it a fish slice rather than a spatula. But I know it's Zami Adams, but I'm assuming Adams is a surname and that Zami is a forename. I'm not going to say Christian name because who knows. You have managed to finish every sentence so far. I think I always do, but okay, call me out and stuff if you think I don't. I do jump off on tangents. I will hesitate while I think of a word. I will. I mean, really, I will go tangents from tangents from tangents, and then you'll hear me. I'll say, "How did I get here?" I'll be on a conversation that's got nothing to do with the original question, and I can't even work out why I'm talking about what I'm talking about. There is always a logical progression. When I watch it back, I can see what was the one yesterday. It was peeing in the street, peeing on Morecambe Promenade, walking on the groins, the big stone sea defences on Morecambe Bay, and then breaking teeth and getting teeth fixed at a lab technician, a dental lab technician. So there was a. But at the end of talking about the Bunsen burners and the flames and the guy there, I had to pause and try and work out how we got where we got and where we were and which comment triggered it. It's a thing. When the neurons are, here's the thing, guys. I'll go a whole week sometimes without speaking with anybody in real world. Or maybe just one or two people in a week. There's a lot of highs and nods and waves as people come past. But an actual conversation, my friend Tom, I think, was the last person I spoke with. Okay. I spoke with Tom on Monday. He brought me a breakfast. And then when I went to the supermarket on, I think that was Friday, the lady who was walking past, the lady who was coming out of the supermarket as I was arriving, who had told me about a friend of mine who had died 6 months ago. Those are the only two actual conversations with real people I think I've had this week. So when I get online, there's a... See, I am a quiet, shy person. I don't talk a lot. It astounds me I can even do this. I don't know how I do this. I maybe can only do this because there's nobody really here. Maybe that's the secret. Alcohol, like going out to a bar, a pub in England, I'm talking proper pub culture, where you go and there's the lads, the guys that are there, I'm not going to say every day, but the guys that are there 3 or 4 days a week, and there's a gang, and so the same group are ever present on an evening. Go there, quiet and shy, have a beer, have a second, open up a little bit, have a third, open up a bit more, and now I'm amongst friends. Carry on a bit more and maybe get a bit too loud, I don't know. Get to 8 pints and start dancing because alcohol, I think. But I am quite a introvert. A lot of people don't believe that. People in the pub never used to believe that. But yeah, I can't easily just walk up to new people and start a conversation, start talking. Ladies especially. I cannot just, I'm not one of those, oh, hello ladies, hello, may I join you, can I get you, I'm not that guy. I'm not the chatty Casanova that you think I am. I know you don't think I am, but I'm just trying to build myself up a little bit in my own head. Tangerines of tangents, or tangents from tangerines, or are they satsumas? Let's go off on a whole thing about the difference between the different types of oranges and baby oranges. I think I was always a tangerine fan as a kid. I think my parents they went for tangerines rather than satsumas. Full oranges never liked. It's too much work. It's too fiddly. It's too difficult, and your hands are too sticky afterwards. Tangerines and satsumas you can do and you can eat. You can eat, and there's no stickiness on the hands if everything goes well. It's impossible to peel and eat an orange without ending up covered in crap. Your hands, your mouth, your chin, probably half your chest. I learnt later on that if you cut them into quarters, you can just dig your thumb under the points of the quarters, and you can get 2 or 3 segments out in you know, relatively undamaged and unjuicified on the hands. But I was probably 48 when I learned that. So that's not, maybe that's a lesson people need to learn. Cut your oranges in half and half again, so you got quarters, and then dig your thumbs under the pointy bits of, and separate the flesh from the peel. Tangents, folks. Tangents from tangerines and satsumas and oranges. Do you have a Santa's hat kicking around near you? I used to have. I think the police stole it. I think it went with that. I had a teddy bear. I found Tina a dog-shaped teddy bear, stuffed animal, if you will. And I had a big wooden post stuck in the ground. I sat the dog teddy bear thing on the pole and put the Christmas hat on him. And I haven't seen that in ages. I would have no idea where that was. I don't believe it to be present here anymore. When I first got Tina, I've told the tale about how the lady was walking around with 200 of these printed leaflets, printed posters, kind of advertising Tina. And I was the first person she gave one to, and I took her. So the lady's wasted all the money having 200 printed up. I took the first one. But in the photo, it's black and white. I've still got it somewhere. There is the original photo, black and white, of Tina, and she was in a Christmas hat. She was in a Santa hat for that initial poster, or whatever you want to call it, leaflet. But no, I am not aware of being in possession of a Santa's hat at the minute. Steve says, hold on. Steve says walnuts. How did we get to walnuts? I need context for that particular comment. Walnuts. Almost sounds like a bollocks kind of statement, but I'm not sure. Walnuts. Here's Terry. Hello, Mike and Tina. Hello, Terry. Sign of nature is Keith with a f. Super enriched is Oscar. All saying hello, hello. Mandarins. Hold on. Memory fail. Brain fart. Mandarins are the small. Are they small or are they full oranges? Is a mandarin not a full orange? I don't know. Clementines is the other one. Those are definitely small. Maybe mandarins are too. It just doesn't ring a bell. Sometimes I've been out of the UK so long that sometimes English words don't even gel. I have to stop and think, what's that word? What's that thing? Yeah, it's difficult sometimes. And it's not like I've forgotten English because I've learnt Spanish so well. I mean, I really fucking haven't. The first sentence I try and say in Spanish, you'll correct 3 different words of it. And probably the tenses and the... Yeah. Cheers, folks. All of you that have arrived early. I did try and give this one a little bit more notice tonight. I think I got the word out maybe about 2 hours beforehand. I published on Twitter and YouTube community. So thanks for stopping by. Absolutely no topics planned as far as I know. Walnuts in your Christmas stocking along with... Okay, so this is historic. This is back to when deep midwinter people would start to suffer malnutrition because we didn't have, all the fruits and everything had gone, hadn't they? After the harvest festival and then a couple of months of eating everything, once you get to deep midwinter, this was why people would have the big feast. This was Yuletide, etc. There were other names in different regions and different tribes. But it was a festival. It was, somebody said the other week, in Scandinavia, I can't remember whether it was Norway or Sweden, they slaughtered the biggest horse. The strongest horse was butchered for the feast. You're celebrating that you're halfway there, and that now the nights are going to start getting shorter and the days longer, and soon it'll be spring. But you want to get, you needed a boost to get yourself through and to get over that hurdle. And later on, I guess more Victorian times, maybe, when shipping was you could bring things in from other countries, oranges and things, bit of vitamin C in midwinter, nuts, and I mean walnuts do grow in Britain. We used to have one in the cemetery in Darfield. There was walnut trees. I guess the ground is quite fertile around cemeteries. Yeah. When wood rots, so I'm thinking coffins here, yeah? When wood rots, it takes a lot of nitrogen out of the soil. That's bad for growth initially. But then the worms get to the bodies and do things, and over time, everything gets better, and you have a lot of trees around cemeteries. It's very fertile ground after a few hundred years. And some of our cemeteries, Americans struggle with this. I watched a Time Team special where they went to America, and an American archaeologist was working with them, turned to them and said, you know, kind of, do you do much of this in Britain? You know, how's it different? And Phil, if you remember, was he Cornish, Bristolian maybe? He's down from the southwest anyway. Phil turns to him and says, we've never dug a cemetery this young. This is on. It was back from the I don't know, 1770s, whatever. It was a cemetery that dated from the War of Independence. But our archaeologists turned to theirs. We've got no idea, mate. We've never dug up a cemetery this young. We don't dig up stuff that's only 250 years old. To Americans, that's as old as old. To the Brits, our cemeteries from 14, 15, 1600 outside church, they're still in use. Some churches might date back to 10 or, you know, the 10th or 11th century. And they're still not dug up and are still in use. How did I get here? We started with clementines, did we? And oranges and things. I've got no fucking clue. Walnuts and Christmas stockings, tangerines. Yeah, oh, I went on with shipping stuff from abroad, like oranges and things, yeah. I worked it out. Are you knowing on volcano of activities from Mayo to Botas? That's just a string of words, Keith. What's are you knowing? Turn it into a sentence for me, mate. Give me a context. Give me a clue. From Mayo to Botas. Are you knowing on volcano of activities from Mayo to Botas? That's like a cryptic crossword clue. Is it an anagram? If I rearrange the letters of volcano, can I get there? Sorry, mate, I'm not taking the piss, but that's not even a sentence. That's just a bunch of words. Surrounded by crime in your tent. Generally, there's it's quite. Torrevieja is an amazingly crime-free area on the whole. This region in particular, what have I had? 3 years homeless in this field. 3 years and 3 months, is it? 2 at least. In this field and a couple of months in the park before. Never had anything stolen, apart from when the police came and abused their powers and took away all my things outside the tent. And the one guy that stayed here for a year or so, when he left, a bag disappeared with a few things in it. Mainly, there was a couple of electronic bits. There was an Amazon Echo, we worked out was the right name the other day because I couldn't remember. And there was a first aid kit, just a small little pencil case sized first aid kit. I've had that, and I had the 2 hour stand-up knockdown fist fight with that asshole 3 months ago. Kids throwing stones, I guess. Is it a crime? Did I do it as a kid? Throw stones? Yeah. Not at a man and his dog in his tent. But I threw stones at buildings and broke windows and derelict buildings. Can I hold that against the kids? Not really. Is it a crime-riddled society in Torrevieja? Absolutely not. Your biggest danger is the fucking Guardia Civil. Policia Local like to mix it as well if you give them an opportunity, or if they feel they've got an opportunity. They're all pussies, really. I've offered the entire squad of the Guardia Civil to meet me in a box. Pick your champion and I'll meet you in a boxing ring. Let's raise some money for charity. They've all shied away from it. Once they've got the cuffs on, they'll beat you up and you know. I am a little bit worried that they take me up on the offer now. Now that I've discovered how much fitness I've lost by being stuck in a field for 18 months, unable to go anywhere. You give me 4 or 5 weeks to get back in shape, I could probably put up a reasonable show, but I am 57. Time is ticking on. Crime is a symptom of a healthy society. That's an interesting take. Back when nobody had anything, there was no crime. This is true. 30s, 40s, 50s, crime was much reduced. Counterintuitively, the mob reduced crime. If somebody dared rob a little old lady down the road, the mob would hunt them down and beat them up. So having an organized crime network meant reduced crimes on the surface, the visible stuff, muggings and beating up little old ladies and that kind of stuff. There was none of that, because you'd get what for from the proper criminals, the guys with hatchets that would make you disappear or chop your fingers off. There's a lot to look back on that with the two brothers in London. One was a boxer, Crays, Ronnie and Reggie Cray. See how my brain, but the synapses don't fire the way they used to. Time was I would have just known who I was talking about straight away. Now I have to give myself clues to get there, which is a little bit weird. I don't know the answer, but I know the answer, and I can give myself clues so that I can get the answer. Someone should make a TV show of that. That's better than what was that? Was that called Gives a Clue? All that fucking, it's a film, it's 2 words, it's 3 syllables, it's first word. Is Una Stubbs still with us? I think Lionel Blair passed, but I think Una Stubbs might still be with us. She was in, was it called Sherlock? Was she in Sherlock? She was in something. I think it was Sherlock. I think she played Mrs. Hudson in Sherlock. Probably. Anyway, how did I get on to Mrs. Hudson and Sherlock? What am I doing here? The synapses don't fire. I don't get where I'm going. Hagler versus Sugar Ray Leonard. Any Hagler fight. Marvin Hagler. Was a little Irish guy. Now they're all little because these are, what were they? Feather? Might have been I don't think they were middleweight. They look smaller than that. Barry McGuigan. Sugar Ray Leonard, yeah. Rather than Sugar Ray Robinson, it was earlier. That was 20 years earlier. People go to the mob for loans. That might be safer than proper fucking, ad hoc random loan sharks. Yeah, crime was. Yeah, there was a time when crime was crime on the surface, visible crime. obviously there was stuff going on in the background, whether it was drugs, whether it was firearms, and whether it was bank robberies, planning the next big jewelry store heist. All of that, those things were all there. But the visible stuff that we're surrounded by now, in many places, you didn't get too much of that. Because those guys, the real criminals, didn't want the police sniffing around, investigating, looking at stuff. They didn't want a large cop presence on the street. So if you had too many muggings, as we now call them, they wouldn't have called them that back then, but if you had too much of that going on in one area, you'd suddenly have a police presence. They didn't want the proper criminals, the real criminals, didn't want a police. So they'd shut those guys up and make them fucking go away. Stop them. And if you did anything, the nasty stuff, the kid stuff, or dragging women into dark alleys, those things, the stuff that offends the decency of even fucking mobsters, even hardened criminals, you just disappeared. Or were just found in a back alley yourself, cut to shit. You know, a lot of these guys literally had Hatchet as their fucking middle name. I say literally, but I say that in a figurative manner. I'm aware of the irony or the contradiction in saying literally, but in a figurative manner. Who was the one that lead singer of Who played in a movie? McVickers, McVitie, Mc something. I think I got it right first time, and I can't remember what I said. McVickers, wasn't he? He was a hatchet. He was the kind of guy who would go and have a fight with people and just chop half the hand off, or half their arm. John McVicker. There you go. Is this something that did you just look that up, Steve, or is this an area of interest that you've studied and know about? I just gotta go back a bit. Okay, I recognise that we've done that. Crime is a symptom of a healthy society. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. The champ himself, for my money, the most stylish and best boxer ever. I know that purists or people that really know will tell you that Mike Tyson is just such a beast. But Muhammad Ali was the full package. He was eloquent and erudite. He did dance in the ring. He did, float like a butterfly. Tyson was a brawler. Tyson would just walk into you and stand in and just... He was a brawler is really the only word. Ali was a fighter in the sports sense, in the boxing sense. The way that he moved, that you didn't know whether he was going to dance backwards or forwards or to the sides. The way he could avoid a punch. Tyson wasn't as good at avoiding being hit, but he was a brick. He was a solid lump of mass, and would just take it and carry on anyway. Unless he got hit by something special, like when Frank Bruno rocked him. Didn't put him down, but rocked him. Later, when he carried on fighting until he's too old, Tyson. Some of the stuff that he lost. What was that big fat? There was a guy. He wasn't called Buster Bloodvessel because that's the English singer. But there was that. Was he called Butter something, or he might have been Buster something. He was just a big fat flobby, like Mr. Blobby from Noel Edmonds. But he beat Tyson, I think, didn't he? Tyson lost some fights, I think, because he carried on longer than he should have. Still a beast of a man. I mean, I'm not stepping in a ring with him now, but the mob of... Okay, organised... If you want to talk about organised crime, then the banking sector. Barclays, HSBC, Lloyds. If I may... I'm going to add Santander, because they're the bastards that made me live in a field for 3.5 fucking years. And still are. Santander. I'm coming for you one day. Oh yeah. Just because you don't think that I'm not me, You're going to protect me and my money by not giving me my money. Is anybody else asking for it? Has anybody else come to you and said, I'm that guy, that's my account, give me my money? You decided I'm not me, but no one else is asking for it. I passed all of your security checks on the phone to get to you. The day before I was due to be made homeless. Let me take the glasses off and get the full fucking effect. I'm angry, Santander. And one day, you're going to find out how angry. For clarification, I'm not the Unabomber. I'm not talking bombs. I'm talking about in a legal sense. I'm going to come after... I'm angry. I'm going to get my money and then I'm going to sue you for living in a field for 3.5 fucking years or more. Given me an impossible to complete identification process. Not taking any other steps to verify my identification. My ex-wife coming into branch with a marriage certificate and saying, here I am, here we are, this is us. Yes, we're split up now, but she's like, I don't want his money, but yes, that is him. Can I go to the police and get the police to tell you I'm me? What about the Spanish court? No. What about I just got a lawyer here? No. You got to walk into your branch in the UK. Got no money, bastards. How do I get to the UK? Got a legal thing hanging over me. Need to pay lawyers and things. No money. Santander. One day, you're going to get yours. Within the law, within the scope of the law. Don't mistake my anger and my... I'm not threatening in any fucking stupid way. Just financial. Alright guys, back to the chat. Yeah, but yeah, as Steve said, the mob of Barclays say it's jumped. It started jumping already, guys. I'm going to have 3 or 4 hours of this now. How far back? Had I gone back from McVicker? But okay, Barclays. There was Farmer encouraging people to hit the like button and possibly subscribe. Last month, I gained 2 subscribers in the month. Now I gained a lot, but I lost even more. You know, I lost as many for most of the month. John McVicker, Rocky Marciano, only heavyweight boxer to retire undefeated. There are others that should have, but just carried on too long. That's special when you're world champ in particular. The money involved, but the money you spend, the way they're, this is almost like Parkinson's law with the way that work expands to fill the time allowed for it. Expenditure, when you're somebody, when you're a nobody and you become a somebody, your expenditure rises to the level of your income, such that when stardom fades, you got nothing left. You spent it all while you were getting it. So many of them. The heavyweight boxing champions working as bouncers in Las Vegas. That's quite demeaning. And there are a couple. Nowadays with these multi-million-dollar purses for boxing matches, you would hope that the guys would get a good financial manager and have that shit covered. But not always. It's not every boxer that can retire and then become a commentator or the pundit next to the commentator. Barry McGuigan does this now, doesn't he? He sits next to the commentator, adding extra viewpoints and extra commentary around the fight. Not everybody's eloquent enough. Not everybody can do that, and you gotta make that. You've only got that short window. You've got maybe 10 years as any kind of athlete. Any kind of athlete. You're when you're like 17, 18, 19, you're unknown, unpaid, you're a nobody. Maybe by 21, 22, 23, you're getting established, getting noticed. And by 30, the end is in sight. You might not be over yet. You might not be finished quite. You might be able to stretch it out to 35. If you're Ryan Giggs, you might be able to go on till you're almost 40. But it's going to end there or thereabouts. Not many get past 35, and most are gone by early 30s. Any kind of athlete, you gotta make your money, and that money has to provide for you for the rest of your life. And you'll have to adapt your lifestyle to that fact. I hope that these guys, like footballers now, get paying insane amounts of money. But they spend insane amounts on frippery. If you're going to spend 40 grand on a weekend in a hotel, I don't understand. What are you getting for? You're just giving your money away for nothing. What does that get you? These multi-thousand-pound hotel rooms. You're asleep 8 hours a day. What the fuck are you paying for? Some blankets to sleep under. So don't do that. Don't throw it away just because you think you've got lots of it. You've got lots of it now, but you won't have forever. You never know. You might end up living in a fucking field. Oh, here we go. Sign of Nature, Keith. Fabians hate the English. All MPs in Parliament. Isn't it only the left? All Labour MPs are Fabians, or the majority. I'm not this whole secret society thing. I don't know much about. It's entirely possible you could have a secret society that is benign and that is just. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know whether just because you're a secret society means you suddenly have influence. I mean, you've got a couple of charity raising kind of secret-ish societies, haven't you? And I don't know whether they have a political bent to them. I don't know if the Masons have a political allegiance. They supposedly want everyone to be religious, but allegedly they don't care which religion, so they say. I don't know. I did know a guy that was the head of a lodge, and I knew some other guys who were in a lodge. I was judged unworthy. Or at least nobody ever, knowing all of these guys that were in, I was never approached with a view to going in. I don't know what their political or underlying allegiances, affiliations. They raise money for charity. There's another one. Is the Water Buffaloes? Is that Britain or is that an American thing? There's another one, something square or I don't. Working class lads from Barnsley don't tend to get approached for membership in secret societies. Steve saw the film, read the book. McVicker got a degree in sociology. I've got mixed feelings about sociology. I did elements of criminology, which is a subset, I guess, along the sociological sciences, social sciences. As a guy with a mathematical kind of bent, maths and physics was more me, really. Although I did economics, which you could argue is sociology again. Economics boils down to the science of, you could say the science of decision making, but they'd argue it's not. It's to do with constraints and resources, but it's resource allocation. It's about decision making within a framework of resources and constraints. But it's a science of decision making, which makes it a human social construct. There's a word. Can't remember, what was the word we learnt the other day, guys? Ontological. I couldn't remember it there. The study of being. Often the study of being. There's a new one I learnt the other day. I don't know. We could go off on one, but social sciences come up with answers, and experiments isn't even the right answer half the time. But they do studies and gather statistics which turn out to be unreproducible in the main. So physicists argue, it's a great one, isn't it? Physicists argue that there's physics and then there's stamp collecting. If it's not physics, it's not science. So physics explains chemistry. When you start looking at atomic bonds and things, that's physics. Chemistry will eventually explain biology. So basically the three actual sciences are just offshoots of physics. And everything else, folks, is stamp collecting. I can't remember who the quote's from, but it is one of my favourites. It is... you could argue the boundaries between physics and mathematics, and then you could start arguing philosophy and what was once called what's the word? I mentioned it the other day. Not the physical sciences. What was it called? The philosophical sciences? That's not quite the right word. You get me anyway. Things kind of started with philosophy and branched from there into natural science, as it was once called, which became physics by extension. Maybe. So saw the film, read the book. McVicker got a degree in sociology. And it was Matey Boy, wasn't it, from The Who, that I named before and now I can't remember his name. Dalton? What was he? My brain just does not fucking work. Daltrey, not Dalton, Daltrey. The last thing I saw him acting in was Sliders. Now that was a series. Loved it at the time. Didn't realise how dark it was. They all ended up dead nearly. Yeah, no. That's... and the pretty girl that was in it from the beginning, who disappeared halfway through, her character... that was the darkest of dark endings. Taken off to a breeding factory by some aliens. Mechanicalized, turned into a robot, and then switched off at the end. That's dark. Sliders. But Roger Daltrey's how I got there. Ali Tyson wouldn't have stood a 3 rounds with Marciano. I don't think... Are there videos of Rocky Marciano? They would have been black and white, I'm assuming. In fact, I watched Ali fight a few times back in the day, live on TV, and those were black and white. Early 70s. Stayed up until about 3 o'clock in the morning one time to watch a fight. Went for a coffee, came back, and it was over. It was over before it started. Like, I'd missed the beginning because I was finishing making my coffee, and I figured, oh, no problem, I'll just go in, it was over. Butterbean, this is the big fat boxer fella. I avoided boxing. I don't wish to be punched in the face. Boxers don't wish to be punched in the face. That's why you get your guard up. You learn to cover. You learn to duck and dive and maneuver around the opponent. Two right-hand boxers will usually spin around to their left. They're both trying to claim the left-hand ground, step into it, and go for the big right hook into the other guy. If you can position him right, you use your jabs and whatever to position him, and then try and land those big rights. But no, boxers don't want to be hitting the face. They're not idiots. Sports and elections are all fixed. Keith is off on one tonight. Anything that gets gambled on is open to the possibility of being fixed, isn't it? That's the big that's the biggest risk to the honesty of sports and elections. Unless you believe in a big puppet master upstairs controlling things and pulling strings to manipulate the cattle that we are down below. If there was an alien out there, if there was an alien force that wanted to take over Earth, if you looked at what was happening on Earth now, it would pretty much match his plans. Low birth rates, the occasional disease outbreak, the division between men and women that seems to be cropping up. If you look at social media, women have spent years calling men creeps for saying hello in a bar, and now women are saying, why is nobody talking to me? Why is nobody saying hello? Where are all the good men? There's a division happening. So the reduced fertility rates, the distance between men and women, the people leaving it later to have children, and therefore birth defects and other things, the financial woes, the way society used to be structured to encourage people to get together and create the next generation. Marriage was a respected thing and was the only way that society rubber stamped having babies. It happened out of wedlock, but was frowned upon. We can argue about whether it was too frowned upon and whether that created other societal issues. But we created tax breaks to encourage marriage and to encourage children, and the family allowance that was to encourage people, have kids, you'll have money, we'll make sure you've got enough. Now recently that's suddenly been reintroduced, or is about to be. I'm not sure what the status of that is from the budget, but that seems to be favouring a different bunch. The Invaders, and I'm not talking about a Quinn Martin production. There's no Roy Thinners starring as architect David Vincent to protect us from these invaders. Not going there. We're not getting off into that tonight. Sports elections all fixed. There was Farmer with figuratively. Here comes Mashtag. If I remember correctly. Oh, I could be. I'm not going to guess a name because I could get it wrong. I was thinking Michael, but I could be thinking someone else. Post de Dessart to sentence. What's the DSAR? DSAR to Santander. Is this the one? Hold on, I will go back there because I think Sign of Nature. Is this where you demand like a records request to know why they made the decisions that they make, which makes them aware that they're about to be brought under legal scrutiny? My failure to identify to their satisfaction is in part on me, because my paperwork is, well, I have a passport, but it's water damaged and deemed unacceptable by most entities. But there's also the legal stuff hanging over me this end, which... Building societies were fine, then greed. I'm not going to read the rest of your sentence because you're going to say the fact that these were owned by the members and then greed took over and then they sold out. The members agreed to sell out and get a payoff, and then it becomes a private bank rather than a building society. Yeah, we need a new round of new financial institutions, a new round of building societies. The aggregation, conglomeration of banks and building societies into fewer and fewer larger and larger entities isn't healthy. It goes against the whole reason that we used to have rural banks and local building societies. I'll go back to your comment now. I'll read your comment and see whether we're in the same. Greed one. Oh, it jumped. Where are we? And greed won out as they were demutualized, yeah, and came the financial crash which you predicted. Oh, it did coincide with deregulation of the money markets. Banks used to have to hold like 10 or 20% of their paper worth, of their paper assets. See, banks, this is a Keynesian multiplier thing, isn't it? If I put £1,000 in a bank and the bank has £1,000, if they just keep that £1,000, nothing happens. But if they lend 900 of it out, then I think I've got 1,000 with them, and the people that borrowed money owe 900 back to them. Their assets have just increased. Their total net worth is now 1,900 instead of 1,000. And if that person who took the loan of 900, if he leaves some of it in the bank, he's going to spend it 100 at a time over the next 9 months or something. If he leaves the bulk of it in the bank, well, they've still got that money to lend out. And they can lend 800 of it out. And suddenly that bank, you get this multiplier effect where my 1,000 becomes the best part of 3, 4, 5,000 out there. But the government said, you bank, you must keep 20%, let's say, of this fictional, this notional, nominal value. You must keep a chunk of that in case a lot of people suddenly want money at once. We don't want to run on the bank. If everybody starts running to the bank to get their 1,000, 900, 800, 700, if we all go, they haven't got it. There was only ever 1,000 there. The rest is just on paper. If people start demanding, that's a run on the bank. That's when banks go bankrupt and people used to lose their money. Now banks all join a government scheme to fund each other and to guarantee, so that if one bank has a problem, it doesn't take down the whole country. But a lot of it is just notional, it's fictional, it's not real. And they reduced, at some point in the late 80s, early 90s, when Reagan was in on the one side and Thatcher was in this side, they deregulated a lot of this stuff. They reduced the amounts that they had to hold. And a lot of other rules went away. A lot of insider trading rules were weakened and stuff, and gambling on money, shorting and all of that stuff was suddenly allowed. And in 1992, maybe, it almost took the country down. Black Tuesday, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. I think it was Black Tuesday, because I was in an economics class when it happened, or the day it happened. Interest rates, we had a mortgage. Interest rates went from 3 or 4% to 15 overnight. That's a jump. It might have been over 2 nights, but it needed the government to literally step in and save the banks, to save the country's financial system. And that's happened a couple of times since, hasn't it? The banks gamble with our money. They put it on black and it comes up red. And then they're bankrupt, and that's going to take the country down. So the government gives more of our money to the banks to keep them afloat. So it's heads they win, tails we lose when they're doing the gambling. Basically, they can't lose. If they lose, they get made good. If they win, hey, look at us, let's pay big bonuses. We made billions this year. It's our money either way. When they win, when they gamble and win, they're betting against our pension funds. It's our money, so we lose that way. When they lose, and they come cap in hand to the government needing a bailout, that's our money. Heads they win, tails we lose. Basically, it's win-win for them and lose-lose for us. Here we go, folks. A tramp with an understanding of economics and sociology and criminology. Silent crash today. Give us a clue. Libby Gaskin. That's not a name I'm familiar with. I can look it up. 2 seconds. I'm off on a Libby Gaskin hunt. Clear that out there. No, that's not taking my click. I hate it's on my tablet now. It's 2 clicks to get to Google search. It used to be just a box at the top of the screen. and you'd click it, and you're in the typing box to type your search term. Now I click that, and it takes me to another screen, and I have to pick between search, AI mode, music, and something with a fucking magnifying glass on that I have no understanding of. It's an extra click. First world problems, folks. You know. I'm sure Little House on the Prairie, where he has to go off and build fences all day or dig a ditch for a week, wouldn't have complained at one extra click, but here we are. What was it? It was Libby something or other. Gaskin. We're off to learn. I'm no wiser. There are some Instagram accounts called something similar, or is it a tune? Is it a song? Libby Gaskin on Facebook. It doesn't say anything. There's no biography or anything. I don't get any. And then it's off on unrelated stuff with birds with no clothes on. Very few clothes on. Which I don't object to in principle, but I don't see the relevance to my current search. Not who you vote for that matters, it's who's counting the votes. You can vote for anybody you want as long as I get to pick who's on the ballot paper. Is an alternate way of saying a similar thing, yeah? The American system, I don't understand at all. You go into an election and you don't know who you're voting for. You do all that primary stuff to pick. It's like you're picking your party leader each time you have an election, rather than picking the party leader before to choose on a manifesto to put in front of the people. It's almost like the manifesto and everything's already been chosen by the party, but now who's going to be the leader? And 2 years out of every 4 is the build-up to an election. In fact, every year is the build-up to an election, because they have those half-term ones, don't they? Everyone gets 4 terms, but halfway through, half of the House? You got the House and the Senate. I don't know. House must be short for something else. House of Representatives, maybe. So halfway through the full election, you're voting out the House of Representatives, or at least half of them. I don't know. It's always a 2-year build up to an election. You're never clear of an election. I don't get it. Not who you vote for, it's who counting. Or was that a Starling quote? It could be. Quis custodiat ipsos custodes. Who will guard the guarders, or who will mind the minders? Yeah. Good bit of Latin. It's about the only piece I know. I couldn't have quoted it offhand, but I recognise it when I see it. Along with ceteris paribus, which is a good one from economics, other things being equal, or all things being equal. Here we go, sign of nature. Now we're all doing it. Jus in rem nota quasim persona England. No idea, mate. Ipso facto. I'm going to go with quadiratus demonstrandum. That which was to be proved, or proven. Shall we keep going? How much Latin do we know? Living lawful man of a dead illegal fiction entity. Lawful man. This is incorporation, isn't it? Where entities like businesses are incorporated. They're given the rights of a person, which is literally what incorporated means. But also councils. Your local authority is an incorporation. A corporation. Same thing. They get a legal identity as if they were a person. They can be prosecuted, held liable. Can't be jailed though. Although maybe in some instances the officers of a corporate body can be sought out. You can pierce the veil, as they call it, and chase the individuals individually. Socrates. Socrates was the teacher of Plato, was the teacher of Aristotle. Socrates was forced to drink hemlock at the end by the Romans, maybe. Shadows on a cave, on a wall. The things you see aren't real. They're a representation. They're a... Yeah, you know. We did Socrates once upon a time. Right, how far back am I? 22:50, and it is currently 5 past. I'm quarter of an hour back, Farmer. I'm quarter of an hour back. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. This is indeed a Mike Tyson quote. Stanley Gibbons had a PhD in physics. That's another one I know not of whom you speak. Stanley Gibbons. A man too long without sleep to continue his journey. Pulled into a road and by a diner and saw the... Yeah. It's a good... I do like it. The endings of season 2 is a little bit ambiguous. The ending of season 2 was the ending. There were a couple of attempts to respawn the invaders. I think the best one, and it wasn't a direct, it wasn't like officially recognised. Somebody did a programme and had Roy Thinnes as David Vincent jump in like a truck and hand him a book and say, "There's all the evidence, off you go, you're on your own." And that was an attempt to spin off from it. Didn't really work. But there's the other one with Sebastian Spence as... Was he like Patient 99 or Patient 19? The aliens were here and ran experiments, and they broke down all of these human traits, and they got a sample of it. They got a load of people and they ran experiments, and one survived all of their torture tests, and not just survived but then broke away, knew about them, got out, and I can't remember what it was called. But when the aliens died, they still did the glowy red thing and evaporated. Maybe left a bit of ash behind, not sure. Long time since I don't even remember the name of it. Somebody, if you look up... Oh, I'm here, look. Sebastian Spence in a sci-fi programme. And it had that ginger-haired girl that was a porn star. Trying to do a proper acting career. Which was alright. I'm not having a go. I'm just not finishing sentences while I jump off on a tangent. How do you spell Sebastian? That's not a name I would type. There weren't any Sebastians when I was at school. Not in Barnsley. Yeah, that's the one, right. Sebastian Spence, Canadian actor. Give me what he's been in. Cade Foster. First Wave. It was called First Wave. But that to me was an interesting successor to the Invaders. Okay. That was a long answer to a quick question, or to a quick comment. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. You're a scrounger now if you have 3 children. Oh, because they only gave you 2, you were only allowed child support for the first 2, weren't you? I thought that was a bad idea, limiting it, but now that they've unlimited it, and it seems to be in favour of a different group, we're being outbred in our own country. I don't want to go off too much on politics. I'm not a particularly political person, which you wouldn't believe if you'd watched a few of my recent programmes. I think there's just an undeniable truth out there that this thing's happening, and it's been allowed, and we're not allowed to talk about it or to call out that it's even happening. Otherwise, I'm an Arthur Scargill supporting far-right Nazi. There you go. Pick the fucking bones out of that. Scrolling. Credit default swaps and collateralized debt obligations, etc. Fancy financial instruments. Yeah. A lot of these things that the market is basically betting on, nobody understands. Even they don't. The derivatives market. To an extent, the simple idea of betting on which way a stock's going to go, the shorting and, I want to say longing, but that can't be the right word. But yeah, you're betting on whether it's going to go up or down. You borrow money to buy, to nominally buy stocks. You sell stocks you don't even own, and you hope that the stock that the share price moves in a certain direction. And you've placed orders on it at a low price, and you're selling. You don't even own it yet. You've not paid for it yet. And if it goes one way, you win and you get money. If it goes the other way, you lose. And now you've got to make good by buying that stock at a higher price than its actual market value. All of that. Those are simple and maybe allowable. Maybe you could make an argument for why they allow for certain transactions and certain money movements. But there are other more complicated ones that nobody understands. It's like putting your money on roulette and not being able to watch the wheel. You just get told the answer afterwards. It's like gambling on a fucking smartphone. What the fuck kind of idiot does slot machines on a smartphone? You're pressing a button and just getting told, oh, you lost. They'll show you some pretty pictures, but you're not watching actual reels spinning in a mechanical machine. There's a big incentive for them to just tell you, whoops, you lost. Whoops, you lost. Money gone. And the money markets have become like that. You can't watch the workings. You can't fathom it. Somebody just tells you, whoops, you lost. And you're just supposed to take their word for it and pay up. What? Your granddad would have fucking slapped you around the head at that. Privatisation, what you paid for and owned was given away. School fields. Or British Rail and British Gas and all the rest of it. If you see Sid, tell him. I did go back that far, folks. I was considering shares back then, and also the Euro Disney. Euro Disney sank for the first like 10 or 15 years. It would have been a bad. Now it seems to be. Now it's just an established thing. Now people would look at you like you're an idiot for not having invested in it, but it didn't do well at the beginning. The Senate has been devolved. It's the emperor in charge now. Politics. He does like to give these edicts, I can't remember the proper American word for these presidential. He just writes down, the law is now this, and because he's the president, that's supposed to be accepted. That bypasses the whole democratic process, doesn't it? You're supposed to debate these things in one chamber of the House, and take knockbacks, amendments, and other things get incorporated. Then when you all finally agree, you pass it up to the Senate. These are the wise old men, or wise old, I shouldn't say men, but predominantly. These are the wise old men who are supposed to be less political. They're supposed to be more apolitical. They're supposed to go more with wisdom about what's right or wrong. Is this new law being enacted as a knee-jerk reaction to something, and would it be better to wait a few years and wait and see what happens? This is the wisdom that the older. This is the House of Lords in the UK and the Senate in America. This is the wisdom they're supposed to bring to the party. And often they're just two-party political nowadays. This is why in the UK, I don't know if they have this in America, we have what are called the crossbenchers in the House of Lords. So you've got the Labour side and the Tory side, or technically, you've got the government side and the opposition side. It might be multiple parties in opposition. But then you've got the apolitical. You've got bishops, archbishops and shit in there. as well as other people who are apolitical, people who are neutral. And again, it's this, they're supposed to bring a wisdom from the ages. If they remember that back in the 1940s it was done this way, if they were there, kind of, you know what I mean? Then they can say, oh, there's a danger in going, oh, the danger of policing people's speech. It might lead to this and that, and slippery slope. And they're supposed to add the wisdom of the ages, I guess. But these having one man at the top just writing edicts, just writing presidential commands, whatever the fuck they're called, bypasses the whole democratic process. Now, in the first week or in the first month of coming into power, if those papers that he signs are in line with what he said he was going to do, if that's part of his mandate that he put before the electorate and said, vote for me, I'm going to do A, B, C, when he writes, do A, do B, do C, I'm all for that. That's the will of the people. That's enacting that's enacting what was elected. That's why he was elected. But if 6 months later he's still just making up new shit and trying to implement it on his say-so, rather than having the party put papers through the democratic process and debates and votes, unless there's like unless there's a national emergency, unless there's an immediate imminent need and there isn't time to discuss it for a week. But there haven't really been that, has there? So I'm torn on the whole Trump thing. I don't disagree with a lot of what he says. The way he says stuff, the way he does stuff, he does look a clown a lot of the time. The Emperor has no clothes and he's orange. But he should have built a wall last time around. And he should be sending them back if they got through when there was no wall. And we should be doing the same. Not getting into big political arguments, folks. Not going there. Except I just did. Mr. S, Mr. Sharafja is in the house. Star Wars can be similarities to real life. The way things are going now, if life was Star Wars, you would say that Darth Vader or the Emperor were the good guys, and that the rebellion were the fucking idiots, were the bad guys. I've come around to Sheldon Cooper's philosophy. The way that they turned Luke Skywalker in the end, in the final trilogy. I've talked at length about my hatred of the final trilogy. This is the reason, guys, that I am a Nazi. If you didn't know, I am a Nazi. Some feminists said so because I didn't like the Daisy Ridley Star Wars trilogy, and therefore let's count them. Let's see if I can even remember the words. I can't. I've lost them already. I've gone blank. I'm a misogynist, sexist. Give me the rest. What's the full? There's about 8 of them. Sexist, misogynist, homophobic, transphobic, bigoted, and it ends with Nazi, because why wouldn't it? They took a boy's own adventure story and made the boy have no effect in it and no consequence. Despite blowing up 2 Death Stars, killing Darth Vader and the fucking Emperor, it's a girl's own story, and she's the biggest, baddest, bestest hero ever. And she even just called herself Skywalker in the end, because why the fuck not? And I didn't like that. She got onto the Millennium Falcon, and she could repair it better than Han Solo and Chewbacca, who've fucking driven around in it for 40 years. She picked up a lightsaber for the first time and managed to hold off a Sith Lord. Darth Vader's grandson, Princess Leia's son, who's trained as a Jedi and turned to the dark side and become a Sith Lord. He's a master who's trained for fucking 10 years or whatever. She picks up a lightsaber for the first time and fights him off. Because she's the biggest, baddest, bestest ever. Am I supposed to just sit here and take that shit? So I'm sexist, misogynist, I don't know how I ended up homophobic and transphobic. In that particular instance, in this one, I mean, you could say it from some of my other views. Maybe we could argue the point. But I'm Hitler. Now you know. Unsubscribe now. There was Mr. S arriving, everyone saying everything. Yeah, how is everything, Mr. S? How's your dad? I think I've seen a few people ask you, and I think you've avoided the topic, so I hope there's nothing too bad, mate. Hit me up with an email if you want to talk. If you need to talk. As long as McDonald's and Costa Coffee are open, people will never look up. You're making me think of Rowdy Roddy Piper. What's the film called? I've come here for two things, to kick ass and chew gum, and I'm all out of gum. I want to say That's Life, but that's not right. That was Esther Ransom. Something to do with They Live. I knew it was Live or Life. They Live. Yeah, people indoctrinated, people. There is a movement against, because of the price rises in recent years in all of these things. People who are spending £3, £4, £5 on a single cup of coffee. You know that a fiver will buy you a whole jar of instant and make between 100 and 200 cups. I think it's €3 here, 3.5. It went up quickly. 1 minute it was 180, the next minute it was 220, the next minute it was 250. And then I think it went to 3 or maybe 320. Don't know, I can't remember. But anyone who's paying 3, 4, 5 just for a single coffee. Oh, he's getting better. That's good. Good news, mate. Good news. And it's gone. What's that? See, I'm so far off the beat. I'm so far behind. That was 23:13. It's now 22 or 23, 24 minutes past. Decrees, okay, presidential decrees, edicts, whatever, you know, same. They're synonyms. Hey, it was only 10,000 lost what? Hypothetically, oh yeah, never mind. That might make sense to me when I watch it back on the replay tomorrow. I only got halfway through executive orders, not even presidential orders, executive orders. I don't speak American or English. No, you don't. Dutch. Did Delta already do an update on Tina? I pointed the camera at her one time, and then she has receded under the covers. Let me see, where are we? We're coming for an hour and a half in. I guess we can do another Tina. Can I disturb you, babe? Your fandom are asking after you. Come here. I will cover you back up in a couple of minutes, okay? Can you bear the light? Hold on. I don't want to become one of these channels exploiting their animals. I'm not Hassan Piker. There are no electric shock collars around here. I'll point it away from her, and here she is, look. I've just had to pull the covers that were over her head. She's quite warm, so maybe she appreciates being cooled down a little bit. Hey, babe. Daddy's got his girl. Cuddle, cuddle. It's okay. Just the wind on the tent. It's okay. Hey, babe. But yeah, I have got a bird in bed with me. I have got my girl. Hey, babe. Give her big cuddles later. No, not like that. Hey. You going back under? Okay, babe. Let me turn the camera back to me. There's my Tina girl though, folks. There she is. We have just woken her up, especially just for your delight and delectation. I will just try and fathom whether she wants to stay out for a while or go back under. Okay, darling. Put your head down. Put your head down. She's put her head down and she's like nuzzling under the covers, so I think that's a sign. I think she wants to go back under. I'll do it gradually. I'll just put 2 of the 4 covers over. And if she tries to come back out, I'll take the hint and uncover her again. You got to try and be a mind reader, folks. You got to try and be a mind reader. I mean, she's a dog. There's no way she would struggle with this level of cold. It's not even cold yet. Where are we? See, I'm picking this, the tablets. Some days it's too cold to hold. Let me get a temperature for you. But when the wind blows like it is now though, it just comes straight through the walls. This must very much be a summer tent. It's not built to keep the wind out. 14 degrees Celsius. 15, it's just updated, 15 degrees. Let me convert for those of you that might be stateside. We're going to double 15 to 30. We're going to knock off 10%, that's 3, that gives us 27. We're going to add 32. 32 plus 27 is 59 degrees. 15 Celsius, 59. I should have known that because 16 is 61. I could have just inferred, couldn't I, rather than doing the calculation. Now, sometimes I can just multiply by 1.8, but on some numbers that's more difficult. So it's easier just to come up with the algorithm of doubling and subtracting 10%, and then adding the 32. Exact same result. It's not quite accurate when you do it in reverse, because knocking off the additional 32, then you're adding 10% to what is a smaller number. Really, it should be 11% that you add. But who can work out 11%? You add 10% and then you add 10% of what you added. I can do it. Maths, folks, maths, come on. But I could do it, but who's got the time, and do you need that level of accuracy? So reducing from Fahrenheit to Celsius is a little more tricky, but the approximation is good enough. When you're doing cookery temperatures, when you're talking anything about cooking and baking, just double or half. The approximation's near enough. Just double. You want to double 160 degrees. That's going to be near enough to Fahrenheit. In fact, that's probably exactly correct. Because of the way that the 32 that you would have added is 10% of 320. Baking, just double or half. If you're going one way, if you're going from Celsius to Fahrenheit, just double. Anything to do with cooking and baking. If you're on Fahrenheit and you want to convert to Celsius, just half. The approximation is as near as damn. Just let you know. It all ends with Nazis. Everything ends with Nazis. There's a law. It's not Broderick's law, but it's something like that. There's the name of a bloke. Every internet discussion ends with Nazi. Let's find the law. Some of you probably know it and have probably already typed it, but I'm going to go find it for myself because I've got a better chance of remembering it after. Internet discussion, Nazi law. Let's see for what's internet discussion ends with Nazi. Whose law? No, it's probably typed more than I should have. Godwin's law, there you go. Mike Godwin, stating that as an online discussion lengthens, the probability of a Hitler-Nazi comparison approaches certainty. There you go. Nowadays we short circuit that. We just tell them that yes, I'm a fucking Nazi, what of it? It's lost all value. It's not real. I'm not a fucking... you know what I mean? It's obvious I'm not a Nazi. I haven't got a swastika tattooed in the middle of my head or... Oh, Mr. S forgot to click live. Like. ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3, do, re, mi, ABC. Jackson 5, yeah? Pound smash prod. Hit that like button, folks. Where are we? 16 likes, is it? Okay, that's not too bad for just an hour and a half. Exactly an hour and a half, an hour and a half as I said it. The bubblegum God, Duke Nukem played it. I don't remember. It's a long time ago, isn't it? Duke Nukem. Before Doom? Because it was a 2D, wasn't it? It was a side scroller, yeah? Oh God, so I remember Wolfenstein, no, the first one, Wolfenstein 3D, on floppy, well, copied it off the internet at university and took it home and played it from the floppy. Wolfenstein, then Doom, then Quake, all the various editions of Quake and the add-ons for Doom. Wasn't it like 20 years later they revisited Wolfenstein? Yeah, those were the days, folks, when you could just load a game on a fucking floppy. 1.44 megabytes. 4.4 or just 1.4? Not sure. I think 1.44. She looks content. She does, and she is. Freedom degrees, freedom units. This is what they don't realise, isn't it? The empirical, imperial, fuck, that's the wrong word. Imperial, like the stormtroopers in Star Wars again. Imperial, pertaining to an empire. The freedom units are our empire units. I always find that funny. Although they got pints, once they got pints wrong, that made quarts and gallons and everything else be wrong. See, proper drinkers in England, so fluid ounces, so therefore a pint should be 16 fluid ounces in the same way that a pound is 16 ounces. But of course we're drinkers, and a 16 ounce drink didn't seem big enough, so we made pints be bigger, 20 ounces, and that then threw off the logic. Are you struggling, darling? Something wrong? Oh, the fireworks in the background. Okay, I heard them. I thought you were asleep and ignoring them. She does not like fireworks, folks, in this. We've had, so was it yesterday was Constitution Day? Was it yesterday or the day before? Saturday, no, I think Saturday in Spain, Constitution Day, which marked the end of Matey Boy, Franco, handing over back to democracy and Spain having a constitution. So basically Spain's National Day was Saturday, and Monday, tomorrow, is the Immaculate Conception. It's the day when Rome recognized that Mary was pure and there'd been no hanky-panky, and I don't know. I'm not religious, but it's a national holiday, or it's not quite a national holiday. The government want it to be a national holiday, but have allowed each region to pick whether it's a holiday or not. Anyway, consequently, this weekend means it started with holidays. It's going to be ending with an extra day off for most people in most situations in most places. So a long weekend, what they call a puente here, a bridge weekend, bank holiday weekend we would call it, but an extended weekend. Yeah. So there's fireworks is basically what I'm saying, and my dog doesn't like fireworks. Do you, Tina? And so even though she was under the bed, she's insisted on poking her head out to move towards trouble. She's like her dad. If there's trouble, move towards it. Maybe you can help. Maybe you can help sort it out. Maybe at the end of a 2-hour stand-up knockdown fist fight, things will be better. Maybe you will stop the garage from getting broken into and nobody will ever mention it ever again. All of these things could be true if you move towards trouble. Or you could get in the middle of the trouble and get arrested and beaten up and spend 2 months with the police trying to prosecute you after saving the life of a policeman. This too could come to pass. You used to do similar calculations when you switched to the euro. Yeah, you've got to have an algorithm, a simple double this, knock off this, or add that, do that, and get you from one to the other. The Irish teacher going down for life for not using gay pronouns. It's not quite that simple, is it? He then started hanging around the school and insisting on walking into the school after he'd been sacked. So there's a different edge to it. Can't remember his name, but I read about it, yeah. He basically didn't accept that he'd been sacked and kept walking into school grounds. And that's the part where most people would start having questions. Agree with him on forced speech. If you've been here a while, you've heard my views on policed speech. I've literally said the N-word half a dozen times on this channel just because I won't be told not to. Now, I'm not racist. I'm not... when I've said them, I've not been at anybody and to anybody. I'm not calling anybody names. I just think that you shouldn't... today, I joined in an online discussion about faggots. The rather bland, fatty meatballs that I'll eat, but I prefer them to be spicy. But each time I submitted a comment to YouTube about faggots, it comes up with that box. Are you sure you really want to say this? Most people would not use this language. Do you think we've got this wrong? And do you want to tell us? Well, yeah. I do not like having my speech monitored, policed, censored. Thin end of the wedge stuff, folks. If they can police your speech, it impinges upon your thought and how you express your thought, but actually impinges in the end on thought. And if you let them get away with policing one word until that's not, then the next thing's not, and the next, and pretty soon you're not allowed to think that way, vote that way. How dare you even consider these thoughts? Slippery slope. Now, there is a big thing in debating about fallacies and whether the slippery slope fallacy. But it's not automatically a fallacy. It's a thing. It's a real thing. And if you're a pattern matching machine, like I am, and probably most of you are, humans are pattern matching machines. If you're walking down the road and a person 10 in front of you gets eaten by a dog, or a wolf, or a fucking tiger, whatever, and you keep walking and the next person gets eaten and the next, pretty soon you're going to think, oh, maybe I'm not going to go that way. The last 3 people got eaten. That's a pattern. I'm not going to go that way. We are pattern matching machines. If you spot a pattern, chances are it's for real. Now, does that mean that the face in your toast that looks like Jesus actually is Jesus communicating with you? Maybe yes, maybe no. You know, not automatically. So pattern matching, that's staring into the coal fire, looking for faces or images, looking at clouds. We are pattern matching machines, but it can be overdone. So not every pattern is a real thing. As long as you're aware of that while you're doing the pattern matching, and you weigh up what's the cost of being wrong versus the benefit of being right. The tiger down the road that's eating people, and you decide, oh no, the pattern might not be. Yeah, it's only 3 people. Maybe they're full now. I'll walk through. They won't get me. What's the cost if you're wrong? Well, it's everything, isn't it? You're gone. You're dead. And therefore, you don't take the risk. You're more on edge. You're more cautious. That's sensible. If you're wrong about that face in the clouds looking like Father Christmas, who gives a fuck? There's no negative outcome. Maybe you say it to your friend and he laughs at you and calls you a Wally. You weigh up the pros and cons, folks. That was I want to say Pasteur, but it wasn't. It was a French mathematician's dilemma. The wager about does God exist or not. God, we had a French philosophy thing the other day, and now it's French mathematicians. There was Leibniz in his bones. That's not French. Name a French mathematician and philosopher. The argument was about gambling on whether God exists or not. If he doesn't exist, and you've gambled he does, so you're wrong, you lose nothing. But if he does exist, and you go with no he doesn't, you lose your place in the kingdom of heaven, and for eternity you're now a damned soul. I've got Lewis stuck in my head, and I don't know why or where. Let's look it up. It's not a gambler's paradox per se, it's a gambler's somewhat or other. Definitely French mathematician. I'll put money on him being French and being a mathematician. French mathematician. Mathematician. T-I-A-N or C? Mathematician. I'll go with a T. It's a C, isn't it? I knew I'd paused and got it wrong. Mathematician. What God gamble I'm going to put. I don't know what other words to use. Pascal. Blaise Pascal. What did I say? I don't even remember what I said. I couldn't get there. Pascal's wager is the term for the gamble on whether God exists or not. The infinite loss versus the finite loss. For if you gamble incorrectly. Pascal's wager. Now you know, if you didn't before. If you've learnt something today, hit the like button. Mr. Sharafja, he tried a mango flavoured energy drink a few days ago, and now he's completely addicted to the stuff. That's a bad sign. That'll be the chemicals that are in there that deliberately trigger those responses. They pay people millions to come up with addictive ways of triggering the different response. What do they call them? Like the flashing lights in the arcade, in the slot machine arcade, and certain responders within the brain that I now can't remember the name of. Certain chemicals and certain triggers. That boost you get when you're correct, when you win, when you get these online bros that are trying to. They'll spend a week or two trying not to have any of those highs or lows. Can't remember the word, folks. Lost it. Mr. Tombstone enters the house, I think. Switching to the patio Wi-Fi, I was informed that an app was using a microphone. Google Go, apparently. I don't even know what that is. What's Google Go? I got to invest. I've only just put the tablet down for. I have got not a fucking clue what Google Go is. The problem with Google is they ditch so many apps so often, even when they're successful. The what was their RSS feeder, that newsreader called? It's a phenomenal hit, and they just ditched it because there was no way of making money from it. Google Go. I shall prefix that with a WTF, which is my favourite way of getting the AI thing to actually give me an answer. There you go. You put WTF at the beginning, and you get the AI summary. A lightweight Android app for slower devices stroke connections. Or maybe the Go programming language. No, it's not the Go programming language. That's actually a phenomenal piece of technology for avoiding... was it, you've got Go on one side and Rust on the other, was it? For avoiding buffer overflows in programming in the C language. C# and C++. Okay, most often the app which saves data uses minimal storage and offers fast search, voice and lens features. Okay. Google Go is like a cut down thing for the third world. I don't know why you've even got that installed, Tommy, unless you're on an old machine that can't hack it anymore. Mr. Tommy Tombstone. It's a hassle to set permissions for each app individually. You can go into settings and just settings, and somewhere that there's a shortcut into permissions, and you can, each app is listed, and rather than going into apps and fucking messy, try to dig down through menus, they should all be in one place somewhere under settings. Might be security and permissions or privacy and permissions. They tend to split these things around a bit nowadays. Do you know what I found before? My phone, I don't know how to reboot it anymore. You used to hold the on-off button for 5 or 6 seconds, and then it'd come up with a screen with 4 options, and you'd say either off or reboot. Now you hold the off button for 4 seconds, and the AI shit comes up that I've told it 4 times to uninstall. I now can't find how to reboot my phone. Other than holding the on-off button, how do you turn your phone off? Other than just letting the power run out? Answers in the chat, folks, because I need to fucking know. It's I've been struggling with Wi-Fi today. It might only be YouTube. It's been cutting out, and I've been getting the spinning pizza wheel of death while it buffers for literally for like 10, 15, 20 seconds at times. And so before I came live, I thought, rather than just close all the apps and carry on, I'll close all the apps and I'll reboot, give it a fresh start. I don't know how to turn my phone off. I feel like it's 1993 again, 1990 again, actually, when I first started using IBM PCs and didn't know what I was doing. I'd used computers before that. We had an Amstrad CPC 6128. And before that we had television games like the Philips G7000, which has another name in different markets. I think Philips was a Dutch company. Is that right, Mr. S? Dutch electronics company. But I feel like a total noob. How do I not know how to turn my phone properly off? It's obviously installed some kind of update that's hijacked the off button as a thing. But that's fucking annoying. Nothing more than a vessel for your selfish genes. Richard Dawkins, the selfish gene. Also the inventor of memes, I believe. The idea of memes and memetics was him as well. The idea that we're only here to transmit ideas, messages, memes. It's quite some knowledge for a tramp, isn't it? You're doing well, guys. You're lucky. You might be dead, but you did feed the tiger. Voltaire. There's another Frenchman. It wasn't him, no. If you're referring back to the, it was Blaise Pascal. Voltaire's an interesting character. Was it Frederick the Great? No, Frederick sounds wrong. Oh, it might have been. Austro-Hungarian Empire. Frenchman has his philosopher advisor. I may disagree. How did it go? Even if I disagree with you, I will fight to the death for your right to say it. It's an idea totally and utterly fucking lost in Britain at the minute. Not by the British people, but by our politicians. You have to allow people to say the most vile things, and then you can judge them for their vileness, if that's a word. I was looking for another word, another conjugation, another ending for that word, but I couldn't find one. I'll have to stick with vileness rather than vilarity, or I can't even think of other possibilities. Vileness. Well, allow them to say it. As long as it's not inciting violence like in the immediacy. Voltaire. Descartes. I think, therefore I am. That feeds back to the conversation the other day that I was talking about before, and now I've lost that word. Ontological. I can never remember it until about 2 seconds later. Ontology? I guess would be the word. The study of being. If things be. Are things, are they? How are they? Why are they? Can we prove that they are? All of that. I think, therefore I am. René Descartes. These French philosophers, there's a lot of them around, yeah? Are you in Spain? Asks Tony. I am indeed, sir. Torrevieja, which is why the channel is called Delta Mike. Down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's basically my initials in the phonetic alphabet. Down and out. Homeless. A tramp. A hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of a bum, a person of no fixed abode, someone living rough on the street, or in my case, in a field. All of that. And then, so that's Delta Mike, down and out, in Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain, on the Costa Blanca south. I am indeed in Spain, sir, yeah. Endorphins, that was one of the, endorphins, dopamine, there's another one I'm thinking, I'm sure it's got a lot of C's in it, or begins with the letter C. When you get these hits, drugs touch on it as well. It gives you that rush. But being correct, sex also. It's one of those pleasure center kind of drugs. It's natural. It's in the body. But we have these people who try and go for a week or two without those highs. They try and just get away and into nature and just flatline on those. I keep getting codeine in my head, but that's not right. That's nothing to do with it. There's one of these awful YouTube ads with this woman who comes on. If you're feeling this, and then you may be suffering from. And the word that she hits is one of those. It's not the fight or flight response. It's not that one. I can't remember, folks. If you've been here a while, you will have seen me many times not knowing something, but knowing that I do know it, not being able to recall it, but then the other me gives me hints and gets me there eventually, but not always. Serotonin sounds more like it. That might be where I was getting confused. You could well be right, David. I think we're going for these serotonin highs when pleasure centers are stimulated. UK Richie, my daughter's friends all seem addicted to energy drinks. It's a worry. Yeah, you got these kids on the school playground and stuff, like when they play football and what have you now, they think that to be an athlete, you have to drink an energy drink. There's nothing worse than watching someone exercise to lose weight, and then at the end, because they think it's the right thing to do, they gobble down a sugar and caffeine infused beverage. There's a reason we don't feed kids coffee or let them have coffee or tea. You wait till they're an adult before you let them have these things. And yet Coca-Cola with 10 times more caffeine than a coffee, and that's hyperbole, it's not 10 times more, but the energy drinks are, some of them. So we don't let them drink hot coffee and hot tea, not because of the heat, but because of the caffeine. But we'll hand them a Coca-Cola or a Monster or a, name your energy drink. I've never had one, so I don't know. I tell a lie. When they first came out in the UK, I was at university in 1993 or 4, and there was one lad who was being paid to promote these things. He was walking around campus carrying a whole holdall full of Monster. And he's just, do you want one? Do you want one? And I'm like, well, what is it? What's an energy drink? And I'm like, I don't know what that is. Even the category. Well, it's an energy drink. What does that mean? I mean, everything you put in your body is energy something or other, but I just looked at him like he's a fucking idiot. It's an energy drink. No thanks, I don't know what that is. Oh well, so I did, eventually I did take one off him a week or 2 later, but I think that's the only one I've ever had. Not interested. Adenosine gets cleared from brain after we sleep. Same chemical caffeine blocks us to keep us awake. Adenosine. Stopping things getting cleared away from the brain is probably a bad idea, isn't it? There lies Alzheimer's, so we believe now. Wasn't it a few weeks ago I mentioned about a new technique to, they vibrate the blood-brain barrier, which allows some crap out that would normally, under normal circumstances, would be removed throughout most of your life. But if the blood-brain barrier is defective in a certain way, it doesn't let stuff out that it should, and it builds up, and they think this might be the cause of the plaques in the brain. It's one of the theories. A couple of weeks later I saw something else about another drug and another thing. How long was I gone? It says reconnecting. I was just talking about Alzheimer's and build-up of plaques in the brain, and it might be caused by the blood-brain barrier being defective, not letting certain chemicals out that ordinarily would let out. And now they've got a way of vibrating the sonically, I think it was, the blood-brain barrier and allowing these chemicals out. To allow a cleanup, we might be able to suspend the advance of Alzheimer's. Mr. S limits himself to 1 energy drink per day and a maximum of 4 per week. Still sounds like too much to me, but I'm not judging. Well, not too harshly. I am judging, but not too harshly. Should have a section in your settings for shutdown. You shouldn't have to go digging 3 levels through the menus to find out to turn something off. That's ridiculous. It's got an on-off button. It's just been usurped by the operating system or by an app or by I don't fuck. It shouldn't be this difficult. If I have to ask the internet how to turn my phone off. I'm the tech guy. I'm in my family. Everyone came to me for their computers fixing and rebuilding and even new ones built. I'm that guy. What was he called? The tech guy online. Leo something or other. His program was called Twit. The Week in IT. Leo. Fuck. What's the? I used to watch his podcasts. Oh, that's not how you spell Leo. A 3-letter. Oh, I spelled it wrong twice. Leo, tech guy. Tech guy. Leo Laporte. Fuck. Sorry, Leo. I used to watch him all the time. He was in a big legal dispute with Twitch. With Twitter about the name. He's Twit. That Week in Technology, and then they came along after. He was there years before they were, and then they came along with Twitter, and yeah, he's been suing them forever. Hold on. Swipe down, swipe. This is David. Swipe down, swipe left, press power icon. Hold on. Oh, it's going to tell me off for being the wrong way up. It won't let me while I'm live. It won't let me. I can swipe down here, but it's not going to have the same effect. I haven't got as much real estate. Swipe down, swipe left. There is no swipe left. Not on this screen. Power icon. No power icon. Oh! In the settings, okay, next to the cog and the pen, in between the cog and the pencil on the settings menu. Okay. Alright, well it's, what's that? That's 2 or 3 clicks to get there. Well, it's swipe. 2 or 3 actions to turn off. And there'll be a confirm button, presumably, as well. Alright, thank you. That'll work. I mean, when the machine's got a physical, actual fucking on off button, it seems ridiculous. But yeah. It's not Nintendo secret code. It's almost. The CPC 6128 was an excellent machine, says UK Richie. It was indeed, with a floppy drive built in. My next door neighbour, the girls next door, they had the tape drive built in on the 464 CPC. The Amstrad CPC Amstrad CPC 464. So they had 64k of RAM. We had 128, but it wasn't as good as it sounds because you could only use one block of 64 at a time. There was this bank switching stuff that went on internally. So it had 128 kilobytes. It was just difficult to use all 128. Even with my own programming, I never really mastered the bank switching and all of that crap. But that's the machine I learned to program on way back. Philips is indeed a Dutch company, or it was, yeah. Philips used to make Seiko automatic espresso machines. Now makes them under the Philips name. Very good espresso machines. And it's jumped to the bottom twice. Hold on. Ontology is something I've had explained to me and still haven't a clue. I'm not where I was. I will carry on back, but this just caught my eye as I was scrolling. Yeah, ontological studies. It's the study of being and whether something is and whether we can know that it is. It's deep philosophical. I'm not going to say bullshit. I don't want to dismiss philosophy as bullshit, but much of it is bullshit. It can't be proven. It's musings on the power of musings. It's, can you think this through? Can we ever have an answer? The whole of philosophy. What do we know? What can we know? And what can be known? And how do we know it can be known? It's basically philosophy. If I ask you, did it rain yesterday? And you say yes, how do I know it did? If you're in a different town, if I wasn't there, how do I know that? You get into all this, what can be known and how can we assert and how can we know it's true and that we're not being deceived either by people or by coincidence or happenstance. Philosophy is difficult, and trying to explain subsets of philosophy is even more difficult, and yet mathematics emerged from philosophy and physics probably from there. But if you go off now and get a philosophy degree, what you say to anybody? Okay, I'm back to Philips and the coffee maker, espresso maker. Probably doesn't produce those machines. Everything's probably made in China nowadays anyway. Epistemology, hold on. I don't remember what that one is. I've looked that up before. It's religion, isn't it? It's the different divisions in religion, I think. Epistemology. What's the one that's the spread of disease? Yeah, that guy on the water pump in London when cholera was a thing. What's the transmission of disease and the study of the transmission of disease? That's got a fancy name that ends in ology. Everything ends in ology. Epidemiology. I got there. But that's not what we're talking about. Epistemology, it's just subdivisions of religion, I'm sure it is. Don't ask me what a Methodist is or a Episcopalian. I don't know what the method is. I've got no idea what the fucking Episcopalian is. These are just big words that lose me. Made in Romania, Philips parts and specifications. A lot of this now, we were talking the other day about EcoFlow, American company, but or headquartered in America. I don't know if they're technically an American company. Headquarters in America, all the design and everything's there, but all the manufacturing and quality control and everything happens in China. All the tech support happens somewhere, Singapore or Thailand or over that way. I can't tell the difference between them. Shh. Did I say I was a racist Nazi? No, shush. Who owns that scrubland that you were camped on? Is it a friend? No, it's just an untraceable person. It is owned privately by somebody, not the state, not the local authority, and the owner hasn't complained about my presence, and therefore I'm not trespassed. The land is wide open. It's not like I've jumped over fences, broken down gates. I've done no damage to get on here. The land is regularly walked through by other people, and they walk dogs through and things. It's basically scrubland that is privately owned, and the owner hasn't complained. Now I'm told that certain people have made attempts to contact the owner to solicit my trespass. Indeed, the police made multiple assertions that this process was underway. In most places, in most jurisdictions that I'm aware of that follow any kind of civilized, decent law, soliciting a trespass is an offence in its own right. You can't go up to someone and say, "Did you know there's this guy been on your land 3 years? Do you want me to get rid of him for you?" It's certainly not something that the authorities should do, like the police or the government or whoever. That's an abuse of authority in most of the world. If the owner goes to the police and says, "Look, there's this guy on my land, I've asked him to leave and he hasn't," go get him. Fine. That's the process, that's the law. But the police having their ego offended, the police being offended that I say no to them, and then going and saying, "Hey, Mr. Owner, can we get rid of him for you? Can we trespass him?" That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Phrenology, bumps on the head. Your head makes you look like a criminal. Yeah. I saw something a year or 3 ago that was kind of making a comeback in a more scientific way. It borders on scientific racism. Your eyes are too close together, or you've got a different amount of eyebrow ridge in the skull, or the eye socket ridge. All of those. I have an old Philips by Fluke oscilloscope that's actually made in the Netherlands. Well, the Fluke oscilloscope. Fluke's considered one of the best brands in the electronics world, yeah? Clive goes on about his Fluke multimeters and things. Shavers and electric toothbrush, still made in Netherlands. I used to have my first rotary headed electric shaver was a Philips. Alzheimer's is a plaque, tau protein, and I think prions related as well. Certainly plaque. In the early experiments about 20 years ago, they came up with a drug that removed the plaques, and it made things worse. They had to stop the experiment early. They started to think that the plaque wasn't the cause, but might have been a defense mechanism within the body against the cause. So when you remove the plaques, things got worse. I don't know where that led. I'm not sure how that resolved. But literally, they got shocking results. They removed the plaques, and people got like massively worse, massively quickly, and they just had to pull the plug on the fucking experiment. It was a no-go. Zero energy drinks would be a lot better. I would say so. Vitruvium, Ryan in Valencia tried that caramel vodka tonight. It's dangerous. It is. Not because it's like overly powerful in and of itself, although it's, I think it's 30, is it 30%? But the moorishness, you just want another sip. It's possibly more moorish than Bailey's, folks. The caramel vodka. I had difficulty in keeping that bottle going for more than 3 or 4 days. I couldn't stop going back to it. Yeah, no, the first day I hit it hard. I did. I had too much the first day. After that, I tried to restrict myself to just a sip here and a sip there. 30%, and you're not going to mix it with anything else because it's got the caramel flavour. It's not like you're going to put a Coke or something in it and have vodka and Coke. I was just sipping it neat. Later on, when it was starting to run out, I was watering it down with vodka. Vodka and caramel, and I was trying to make it last further with a separate half bottle of vodka that my friend had given me. Just to keep that caramel flavour going. Not that you can water vodka down with vodka. I mean, I'm not an idiot, but I just wanted to keep more, make the vodka caramel flavour last longer. I'm getting cold, Tina. Can I put the covers back up, sweetheart? Is that okay? Otherwise, I'm going to hunt out my jumper and snood. That's the jumper. Where's the snood? Oh, here we go. Let me put that. My neck is getting a little bit cool, folks. I know I'll sound like a big Jesse because it's not actually that cold. It's still, 14 or 15 degrees. That's almost a summer's day back home. But I am used to better things now. I'm used to better heat, more heat. I'm used to 40 and 50 degree heat in this tent. So as soon as it gets anywhere down below 20, I'm cool. But when it starts getting around 10, I'm cold. Where are we? It says 15, but that can't still be right, can it? 14 now. It's going to fall to 10 by morning. It's going to fall to 10. 10's not too bad. At the 4, 5, 6 degrees, those are nippy when you're in a tent. Let me convert. I'm going to take 5. Let me convert 5 to Fahrenheit. Double to 10. Knock off 10%, so knock off 1 down to 9, add 32, 41 folks, 41. 5 Celsius, 41 Fahrenheit. That starts to feel cold. That my ears get kind of too cold to hold, and and we start doing that around those temperatures. But we're nowhere near that yet. I could put the jumper on, but that feels a bit premature. It's not that cold yet. Onwards. Where are we? Tech guy, not Trek. Although I'm a Trek guy as well. Or I was, until Star Trek Discovery. Let's sit in the canteen, eat a meal and discuss our feelings and all cry. And every time anybody gives anybody an order, let's question it. Captain, are you serious? Yes, fire the photon torpedo. Oh, but Captain, you might kill somebody. Let's have a discussion. We're all dead because you didn't fire the fucking photon torpedoes. What are you doing? Fat ginger woman. Can't remember her name. Yeah, so that was Ryan trying the vodka. Yeah. It's very nice. So yeah, Leo Laporte, the tech guy, twit, technology week, hold on. This week in IT. I think twit, TWIT. He's got a whole network. There's about 20 different programs that he's in charge of. A lot of them he hosts, but he has other people as well. He's got his own studio out somewhere in California. Can't remember the name of the place. It's in the south, in SoCal, I think. I'm not a big one on American geography, but the only energy drink I allow myself is beer. My ex-wife calls it liquid cake because of the calories. It's actually called liquid. Was it liquid cake or liquid? It was a liquid meal. In the early days, it was almost a soup. It was thick and it had. I'm not going to say beans, but it had the malt and the barley and it had that in it. It was thick like a soup. We're talking about bitter or you know, proper ale. It's almost isotonic beer. If it wasn't for the alcohol, which has a slight diuretic effect, if it wasn't for that, it's almost a balanced drink or meal. It is almost isotonic. It's got carbs. I'm not sure there's any protein in there. Possibly, in a proper, from malts and barleys and things, you might get some because they're beans or grasses or whatever the word is. Beer, a proper beer should be almost isotonic. And people worry about the diuretic thing. Oh, you're gonna be dehydrating because alcohol. And it's like, no, it's 95% water. That 5% doesn't make you piss out the other 95%. This is why people survived on beer during cholera outbreaks. The pasteurization process. They didn't boil. Did they boil? Do they boil the water before they add the malt and everything? Do they add it all while it's cooling down? I'm not sure. But for pasteurization, you don't need to actually boil. 70 odd degrees over a certain number of minutes is enough. You don't actually have to boil for these things to take effect. Even stuff like oh, I can't remember the name now. What's the blood, the one that liquefies your body from Africa? The virus. Why do I not remember these words? The virus hardly ever spreads because it kills everybody too quickly. Your body necrotizes and just turns to mush. It's a really bad one. There was a little bit of an outbreak a couple of years ago. Can't remember the name. Anyway, even that dies at like 60 degrees C. You don't have to massively heat things to kill 99. They never say 100%, do they? It's always 99.9, like domestos in the toilet. Kills all known germs, guaranteed. And then in small print, 99.99 or whatever. I almost had it. It's got V's in it. I'm fairly sure, because I almost had it. It's got V's. Come on. Your body you cough out all the blood and you infect everyone around you and everybody dies and the whole village dies and so it never spreads. Oh, too many clicks. African virus, lots of blood. What am I going to type here? How do you, when you don't know what you're looking for? Blood, come on, Ebola. I told you it had lots of V's. Even Ebola dies at like 60 Celsius. You don't have to get too, you don't have to, yeah, anyway. Ebola, it's got lots of V's in it. I almost said it a minute ago. The Nintendo secret code. Left, down, left, right, X, Y. I can't remember. I don't even know who has the buttons. Who's got the triangle and the X and the square? Is that Sony? Computers have one of those hidden codes. A PC. If your computer totally locks up, but the processor's still running, there is a keyboard. It's like it's a long one, about 10 different keystrokes in succession. But if you get it right, it is like an unlock code to bring it out of its loop. Usually those things are caused by a race condition, a loop where something's waiting on something else, and everything's racing to get around, and they get in each other's way and block things. What even is knowing? These are philosophical questions, yeah. Yeah. Knowing, mowing, rowing. Epidemiol. There, see, Tom was answering me 20 minutes ago. When I was asking about epistemology, and I knew it rung a bell, but I couldn't quite get there, I came up with the study of disease progression, and that's epidemiology. Name the guy. Was it Dr. Foster? Was it? Bazalgette solved the sewerage problem, which helped clear cholera. I'm going to go Dr. Foster. Was the world's first epidemiologist. Now I've got to check myself, because I'm guessing at shit. You guys have probably already answered me. London cholera doctor epidemiology. I don't know what to type. London cholera epidemiology. Oh, that's two E's. That's not how you spell it. Epidemi. John Snow. Not Foster, Snow. Fuck. I don't like being wrong. Dr. John Snow. Was he? I think he was a doctor. Solved it in about 48 hours. The beginning of the process to the end of the process. Known for anesthesia, locating the source of a cholera outbreak, thus establishing the disease as waterborne. Epidemiology. Snow, not Foster. I knew it was one of those common fucking surnames in Britain. Tom says he forgot to say hi to Farmer. Wrapped up in the mysterious mic light on his phone. Oh yeah, that would spook me the shit out. I don't even think my phone doesn't show a light when the microphones are doing things. But yeah. That was at 08 and it's now about 25, is it? 23. I'll catch up, folks. Let me scoot forward a bit. Are you ready for a brand new beat, says Farmer? That's yeah, okay. Redone by Jagger and Bowie, but and the Mandelas, Martha and the yeah, don't know. I'm calling out around the world. Are you ready for a brand new beat? Something, the time is right for dancing in the street. Martha and the Vandellas, I'm going to say, but Vandella. How are you supporting yourself? Do you get welfare? This is Atari ST, who has renamed himself from David the other day, if I remember correctly. No welfare. No welfare from either Britain or Spain. Nobody wants to touch me. Nobody. No, I'm just a guy in a field. How am I supporting myself? You guys. Hence the begging link at the top of chat. I shall say no more. I shall leave it to each person's individual morality or ethics. I guess morality. Morality comes from within it, from inside. Ethics is imposed from outside by community or society or similar. Tau protein, what I was calling a plug, but protein is a problem. It is. When it folds incorrectly is usually the thing. When they get twisted or formed incorrectly. Which is where prions are a possible... Prions are a bent and twisted protein, aren't they? Fortunately, folks, mad cow disease hasn't happened so far, yeah? There was a big fear, wasn't there? If you remember John Selwyn Gummer, was it? Feeding his kid a burger? Was that on the beach? I think it was on the beach for some reason. Feeding his kid a burger to show how confident he was in... So he gambled with his kid's health. So either he was highly, highly confident, or he's a total cunt. But so far, did you know British blood isn't accepted in Europe. I can't donate blood out here because I was a blood donor back home because, you know, I'm generally a good guy, despite what the police will tell you. But I can't donate blood out here. Brits' blood isn't good enough. It's not accepted because of the risk of mad cow disease. Because of our meat during the, I'm going to say 80s and 90s, but it could have been 70s and 80s. Is mad cow disease still a thing? Do cows still get weak legs and start falling over all over the place? Or has it been eradicated? Was there a vaccine? I don't know what I should look that up. I don't know what the state of play is there, and I don't like not knowing. Sometimes wash beer down with whiskey. I am, on occasion, you will have noted, I am a two-handed drinker. I will often have like a cup of coffee and a can of beer, or a can of beer and a shot of. It's not often. I don't have spirits often, but when I've got them, whiskey or brandy or vodka, that makes it sound like I have them often. They're usually gifts from people. I very, very rarely buy spirits. I think we had this discussion on maybe the Friday night. It might have been the Wednesday night one. We've had this discussion recently. I will buy 1 or 2 bottles of something at Christmas, maybe, either spirits or liqueurs. Usually I'll have a Baileys, or maybe not a proper brand, but an equivalent. I've been watching videos on making my own Baileys equivalent. I mean, it's basically a bottle of whiskey, a carton of cream, and some sugar and some powdered coffee, instant coffee. There's some other stuff that a little bit of chocolate, powdered chocolate, cocoa powder. But you're only talking about a spoonful or 2 for a bottle. I'm thinking about it. I have a funnel. All of the recipes say don't bother just making like a whiskey bottle full. You want to be making 3, 4, 6 litres worth. I've got a couple of empty pop bottles laying around. I've got a funnel. I've got a bit of cream here, but I could buy some bigger, better cream. Or water the cream down with milk. I mean, milk would probably be good enough if you put enough sugar into it. You want it to be kind of syrupy. Bottle of some recipes mention either condensed milk or evaporated milk. They kind of have a quite distinctive taste that I'm not that keen on. I love them. Put them on fruit. Tin of peaches, condensed milk, or which one's carnation? Which is condensed and which is condensed is reduced. You've boiled away some of the water, and no, evaporated. You've boiled away some of the water. Condensed, you've boiled some water away and you've packed it full of sugar as well to make it more dense. I think that's the right way around. And carnation is condensed, evaporated and sugar added, sweetened. I think in America they actually label it as sweetened condensed milk or something like that. I said I was going to catch up. I was going to get on with reading this. It's been reasonably warm past few days, says Tom. I feel colder inside in the daytime than the night. Are you still in Spain? Are you in Valencia still? I find Spanish buildings are colder than just being outside. There's no fucking... In winter, you can't get a Spanish building warm. Just go outside. Just open the doors and let the cold out. It is like that. Open the doors and let the cold out. My last winter in my apartment when I had no money. My first winter in this field, homeless in a field, was better than my last winter inside the building. For that reason. I had more food as a homeless guy as well. From the bins. Around, not in. Mostly. From around bins. Where people leave. People who are leaving the country deposit a bag of their leftovers, of what they've got left. And there was there was something going on with the supermarket manager or deputy manager. There was a whole a commercial bin bag, not a normal black bin bag, but the big ones that you could step in and get lost in. There's one of those full of pastries my first Christmas. I'd got the stuff ready to make Christmas dinner, and I had a log ready for a big fire, and I didn't need to. I had these ready cooked pizzas, ready cooked and chopped pizzas and pies and breads, and I had the Spanish, what do they call them? It's like a Cornish pasty, but it doesn't have the big crust on the side. But empanadas and empanadilla. The big ones and little ones, like big Cornish pasties, the flat half moon semicircle. I had all the pasties and pastries and pies and pizzas, all of the peas. That was also the first appearance of the rats, because where to keep the stuff? I was just in a field, wasn't even inside a tent. So I had 2 bags in the hedge. One was my drinks cabinet, and one was food that needed to be kept out of the sun, food that needed to be kept more chilled than other stuff. And I had this Boxing Day, I think it was. I walked down the road, so the day after Christmas, I walked down the road, and there were 7 frozen pizzas. No, they weren't. They were fresh pizzas in the boxes. You'd buy them in the supermarket, and you got to use them within a few days. There were 7, one on top of another, just on top of a chest of drawers next to the bin. So those were mine. I think I left a couple in case anybody else needed, in case there was anybody else in need. But I took a good chunk of them. My first Christmas was better. My first Christmas homeless was better than my last Christmas in the apartment. By a mile. By an absolute fucking mile. So yeah, the apartment, the reason I mention that is the apartment was cold. You couldn't get warm. Spanish buildings are built to radiate the heat away, to give off the heat, because 90% of the year is too hot. In a typical brick apartment without insulation, not in a tent. See, I have the benefit. You'd think it'd be cold here, and it does get a little bit cool at night. But through the day, what sun there is shining down on a polytunnel. It's shining on a greenhouse. And as long as I close the doors an hour or hour and a half before the sun goes down, I trap the heat in. Like I mentioned before, the walls are porous to the wind. Not they're waterproof, but they're not airtight. The wind blows through. Well, I'm just sitting in a t-shirt, a long sleeve t-shirt. I pulled the jumper out, but I haven't put it on. I did put the snood on to it's basically just a neck scarf, but tied in a loop, sewn in a loop. Yeah. Where am I here? Farm, I was in Florida. It jumped a massive jump. Massive. Where are we? Ebola. Have I gone too far back? No. I'm here. Bovine spongiform encephalopathy. That's the one. It's jumped forward. What sort of bug? There's arguments going on. I hope it's in humour. I don't mind a bit of ribbing if it's in humour. I'll get there. I am behind. I'll get there. Ebola. There was people trying to help me find Ebola when I told you it had a V in it. Maybe it's a Spanish connection. B's and V's are the same sound. Okay, here we go. Was in Florida driving down for vacation and stopped for gas. It was 18 Celsius. This woman crossed the street in full puffy jacket, gloves. We get this here. At Easter here, the holiday makers are in shorts and t-shirts. And the Spanish have got woolly hats and anoraks and gloves. It's the most. It's jumped all the way down again. It's jumped all the fucking way down. I'll get to the what sort of bullshit is this in a minute. And if people need banning, I'll ban them. I used to be a free speech advocate, but I'm not taking shit. Okay, EK Richie. Tommy Tombstone, sorry to hear that you feel cold inside. Maybe you just need to connect with your feelings more. Feeling cold all the time can be a sign of, what's the gland? Thyroid. Underactive thyroid. But if it is just circumstance, if you're somewhere cold, and the cold is as cold does. Liquid, yeah, okay. Sort of liquid bread. Liquid bread, yeah, that might have been the term. Because of it in grain, but thick in a liquid. That was you guys trying to help me with Ebola. Okay, here we go. Here's Atari that was David yesterday. What sort of bullshit is this? Mike is obviously very intelligent. Why is he living in a tent? Even putting the bank stuff aside, his predicament should not be our entertainment. Poor bastard. When you live in a place and your bank turns off the tap and you can't get your money, and you live with a person who puts you up for a while, but you wear out, you outlive your welcome. What do you do when they say go? You pick up a bag or two and you go and you head off into a field. All my friends had been poisoned in the run-up to me being kicked out by her. Rumours went around that it was a lie. I didn't have this bank account with this money in. And banks can't do that. That's rubbish. Even people who had to go to the bank themselves to prove that they were them. This was the weird part. This was the part I couldn't handle. People telling me it's impossible, that can't happen. And then they come to the park where I was having a drink and they're like, my bank's been frozen. My bank account's been frozen. I'll have to go to the bank next week. I've got to prove who I am. Thank God the wife's got a separate bank account. And they'll say that to me. And it turns out that behind my back, they're saying it's impossible. Banks can't do that. They can't freeze your account and make you prove who you are. And they've just gone through it. I'm getting an ache in my shoulder here, folks. I'm going to have to pick the phone up if you don't mind. I'm going to bring it across here so that I can sit up a bit more straight. If that's okay with you. It will be a little bit more wobbly as I adjust. And I'll try and hold it stable. But the chat is jumping up and down as soon as I take my hand off. So I have to keep my arm on it. And having my arm across me and over there. The predicament isn't your entertainment. I'm the entertainment. But I like to keep people updated. I view this as my lamp's getting, there's something wrong with the lamp. It's not plugged in, maybe? It's not, look. Bastard thing. Is that is that one, yeah? Is it? No, that's a different one. So you're that one. You're plugged in and working normally. Why are you fading on me? Can I put it there? Is that better in front of me? Hold on. It's on one of those octopus cables with multiple endings. Is that too bright? Tell me if that's too bright. I can knock it down one from there. Now that it's in front of me, maybe that's better. A little bit more cozy. The entertainment isn't my predicament. I update people. I am, the channel is to document me, my life, my struggles, and basically asking for help. But it's okay. Keep it civil. I think he's keeping it fairly civil. Nobody's laughing. Mike is a friend, and you should be a little more. No, I don't see. I haven't got a problem with anything I've seen said there. That's okay, guys. That's okay. Calm down. Calm down. Unless he said something else that's been deleted that I haven't seen. But send him a book or two. Oh, it jumped. Send him a book or two if you feel. That's why the begging box is at the top of the chat, pinned at the top of the chat. But no pressure. Only if you've got it and want to send it. But there's no sort of a weekly cafe pub online. I think I did 3 episodes this last week, didn't I? There was last Sunday. Wednesday, Friday, and that. So 4 within 8 days. Beer and coffee sounds like a terrible combination. Well, one's an upper, one's a downer, isn't it? Beer suppresses the senses, and coffee is a stimulant. You don't drink them at the same time, but it's sip on one, sip on the other. I like the man, but he's been exploited. I'm not being exploited, mate. No, 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 no. My situation's not good, but you guys aren't the problem. The guys and gals who join here aren't the problem. No, 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 no. I mean, it would be better if social services did something, but you see, you haven't got the backstory. Let me give you the backstory. I got in an argument with the mayor. Not so much an argument, but the mayor heard about me online on Twitter and decided he needed to send someone to help me. Okay? So Eduardo Delon, mayor of Torrevieja, sent out his top welfare man. Now, I'm not sure if this guy's employed within the welfare department or if he's the politician in charge of the welfare department. But this cunt comes out at like 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning, probably before. That eye's quite wandered, hasn't it? I must be tired. So this guy comes out, Oscar he's called. Oscar the wanker comes out at 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning. And pretty much the first thing out of his mouth, papers please. He starts demanding ID. And I'm like, who are you? What? I'm with the welfare, and I'm like, I don't want to give you my papers. I haven't got, well, firstly, I haven't got any. And secondly, even if I had them, I wouldn't fucking give you them. What part of Europe are we in again? What year is this? Papers fucking please? You could have asked me my name and I might have told you. But the whole papers please. No, just fucking no. And so he went away. His parting words were, I'll be back tomorrow with the police. And fair dues he was. And he came, my dog and the dog I was looking after ran away. He came, he demanded, last chance, give me your papers now or else. And I said, no papers, I haven't got any papers. He put his hand up and 6 cops come running down through the field from the top of the road. They've spooked my dog and the dog I'm looking after, they've gone away. And I've kind of looked at them and kind of signalled, okay, to go get my dog. And the cop indicates yes. Next thing you know, they've called in reinforcements and 12 more cops come. And they think I'm running away from this first wave of cops. So they just dive in fist first and things get nasty. Now all this is because I didn't give ID to a member of the council, to a member of the public, on private land. The police arrest me for what's basically a public order thing about not giving ID. You have to give ID if you're in public in Spain. You have to give ID to the police if they demand it. But I don't have any ID that they would accept. And my phone's just gone really dark. Does that mean I'm low on power? 5%, fuck. Hold on, folks. Bear with me. Bear with me. Hopefully it's a teddy bear. Let's plug in. So anyway, getting help from the state. The welfare man got me arrested. Got me a criminal record. Got me a fine that I can't pay. So it'd be nice if the state was there to help and if there was some kind of welfare. But don't go blaming these guys here in YouTube. A lot of them, they're a great support. It's great of them just being here, just helping out, just commenting, hitting the like button, all of that. But a lot of them send me a donation every now and again. Some of them send me a regular donation. There's one guy that I met through here, sends me 20 euros every month, most months. I think it's whenever he gets a pension payment, and it's you know, there's just stuff like that. These are the good guys. Being exploited, not by these guys. And yeah, my speech is freewheeling, wandering, and tangents from tangents. And some people like it, some don't. Let's have a look. I do wish that YouTube would fix their fucking chat app. Tina being disabled has made things more complicated. Even now, we're only just used to getting up and out fairly regularly. It's still difficult getting off this road because of the, it's just a track. It's a stony track. It's a cliff top deteriorating, being eroded, and it's just rocks. Have the British Embassy given you any help? The British Embassy stance is you have to go through the legal process. When there's court stuff happening, you just have to put up with the legal process in the country that you're in. That's their stance. So, there you go. Where am I now? I'm still scrolling back. I think this is you guys. Okay, we're back to the okay, guys, settle down. Oh, it's jumped again. Just as I got back to the stuff with Atari. I think he was called Dave yesterday. There was two Davids. He was one of them. I applaud your intention, but Mike deserves more. I might deserve more, but not from these guys. They owe me nothing. Empanadilla is a double L, little. Ito and Ita means little. Iya with a double L usually means bigger, doesn't it? Like Godzilla. I don't know. Empanadilla, I like them for breakfast now and then. If I go somewhere for breakfast, if I'm not having full English, my preference is a full English breakfast. But if not that, it'll be tostada. Tostada y tomate. You can usually get a good cup of coffee and a tostada for it was like 180 or something back when I used to get them. And given that the coffee was 120 or 130, you were getting the tostada, which for anyone who doesn't know, it's like a French, a toasted quarter of a baguette, half of a half, toasted with sometimes you get if it's a little baguette, you get the whole bottom half cut into two with tomato on, or sometimes cheese and ham if that's what you ask for. But yeah, you're getting it for nothing though. You're getting it for pennies above just the cost of a coffee. Place on Avenida Cortes Valenciana. There's a few more Diz and Laz and stuff in that name, but I abbreviate it. Avenida Cortes de la Valenciana, I think is the full name. The Avenue of the Courts of Valencia. There's a bar there called El Ocho, the Eights, which I think refers to 8 o'clock. That might be its opening time. That was where we used to go. A long walk, but it was a good walk. You'd have your coffee and toast, and on the way back you might stop somewhere for a canya, or maybe if you're a man, a tanky. If you've left it late enough, if you're leaving the one place somewhere around 11 o'clock, it's allowable to get a cheeky beer on the way home. From Bar Carlos in it's not on Avenida Paris, is it? It's at the end of Paris. Anyway, you don't need to know the names of the roads. What's this with this Farma? Panzerotti dough rolled flat with a nice garlic, oregano, tomato sauce, dollop of cheese, handful of pepperoni, mushrooms, folded over then fried till golden, and cheese sauce melded together with pepperoni. Sounds nice. I'm going to take my hand and scratch here, and it's going to scroll like shit. No, it's not scrolling. There was Steve asking about the embassy. I answered that. Poor man spends 90% of his time saying how his situation is bearable and normal. It's entirely bearable. I mean, it's Spain. It's not cold. It hardly ever rains. I mean, you've got to watch out when it does, but it hardly ever rains. I've been cold about 10 nights in 10 years in Spain in total. Actually cold. We got flooded out twice, and we were wet and cold, and had to go and sit in the sun from 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning onwards. That happened twice early on. But life's bearable. People bought me mobile phones. People have donated laptop, tablets, more phones. I saved up and bought a solar panel. The EcoFlow, the power station, whatever you want to call them. I don't like power station as a word for them, but they're certainly not generators. Solar generator is another word. But I've saved up. I just spent €250 on a fridge freezer. I'm surviving. I'm getting by. I'm all right. Tina complicates. The last 18 months with Tina's back legs going has indeed complicated things. I appreciate the fact that you're looking out for me there, Atari Dave. I'm fairly sure it was David yesterday. I think I got the right one. You've rebranded. I noticed that when I did I was playing back. It wasn't yesterday, was it Friday? I was playing back Fridays, and I noticed I was referring to you as David, but the handle had changed. It would be pretty pointless moving from where you are if there is no way to go. The big thing about moving from here is, where would I go? What would I do? Here I know it's private land. I know the owner hasn't complained. If I just go and plonk myself on another piece of land, especially with a tent this big, 6 or 7 meters by 3 meters, and with the lorry load of goods that I would need to take with me, including my big pine dining table, big circular fuck off big pine dining table. If I relocated, I'd have the police on top of me that night telling me I've got to go, and then the whole thing starts again, telling them no, and I'm not, and what are you going to do about it, and all of the rest. It would all just start again. Whoa, look at that. I got right where I was first time, and as soon as I lifted my finger to scroll, it went. What year is this, 1925 or 2025? Not annoyed at you or your friends, but I feel guilty seeing you in a tent. Tell the welfare department in Torrevieja. Go find Eduardo Dolon on Twitter. I don't know. He sent his head of welfare. His head of welfare came, made things worse, and then came back afterwards and kind of tried to laugh at me. They try to tell me to tidy up and do this, do that, and I just, private land, what the fuck are you talking about? Either house me, or I didn't say this, but, you know, they were like, oh, keep it tidy, these water bottles could cause a fire. You know, if you've ever watched a survivalist trying to start a fire with a bottle of water, or water in a condom, technically possible, but an expert struggles for about 8 hours when trying. It's not going to happen by fucking accident. And if it did, they'd be out there moving the glass bottles and the glass waste, the broken glass from out of the field and the side of the road, rather than telling me that my green garden furniture can cause a fire. Fucking assholes. You feel guilty seeing me in a tent. Yeah, you know, I understand it's not ideal, and it's not ideal for people seeing it, but I'm bearing up, folks. I'm generally positive. Generally life's okay. I only need, what, €20 a week to get by? I did get by on 10 at one point. 20 is with luxuries, €20 is with beer. That and practical help, people who drop food off, people leaving the country that will, people leaving the country that bring a bag of food that's left over in their fridge or their cupboards. You need to get mad and demand help from the local services. That puts me under the eye of the cops again, though, and everything, doesn't it? It's difficult. Steve says it's hard to leave if you can't find the door. This is the thing. We all feel the same way. One minute you have a business and the next not so much. Yeah. Banks, I mean, banks can just pull the plug on you at any time, and once you're debanked, you're depersoned, you're you turn to friends, and friends put me up for 2 or 3 months, but then gossip and rumours and things start. He's lying. There is no rainy day fund. There is no second bank account. And if he's lying about that, maybe everything else he's ever told us is a lie. And soon your circle of friends is gone. Life is tough. We need to be kinder to each other and know who is the enemy, says Ryan Vitruvium. I guess so, yeah. Yeah. Is my shoulder feeling any better? Can I put the phone down yet, do you think? Just going to do top chat and then back to chat just in case. Look back in case I've missed anything. No, I think I'm up to date, folks. I think I'm with you. Where are we? Is that 13 people here or 8? I think that's 18 people here and 18 people thumbed up. You won't all be the same people that were here at the start, folks. If anybody's new and just wondering what's happening. I am Delta Mike. I'm not really. It's a lie. Those are my initials in the NATO phonetic alphabet. D, Delta, M, Mike. DM. Down and out. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, a homeless guy. An indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some would say bum. Some would say living rough. On the streets, or in my case, in a field. That's Delta Mike, that's down and out, and in Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain. I'm holding court, chatting with my many followers. I am proselytizing to my disciples. Just chatting, chewing the cud. There is no theme, there is no topic, there is nothing much. Just a guy who lives in a tent with his doggie, who is currently buried under the covers, so I can't show her to you. I'm going to put my hand under her and just see if I can stroke her, see if she's somewhere near, see if she's awake even. Hey babe, where have you gone? You're not here. She's gone down the other side of the bed. She's at the bottom. Okay babe. No she's not. Yes she is. That's her back end. Okay. Wow. How did she do that? Without me noticing. She's gone from being laid here, she's now got her ass off the side of the bed and her head probably not quite poking off the bottom, but it will end up that way shortly. I didn't even notice her moving. I guess I was too caught up talking with you lot. Sorry about the instability. It was the phone was on a stand over there, but leaning over and with chat was jumping about, me having to hold it permanently. You ever tried just holding your hand out for an hour or two? Gets a little bit tiring after a while. Let me scroll back to the bottom. Even if there are no lice spread about, you living with a friend can't take forever. No, and I've mentioned before, the lady died recently. I just found out yesterday, which was a bit of a shock. Found out Friday, which was a bit of a shock. I outstayed my welcome. Now, why I did that and how I did that is obvious. I had nowhere else to go, nowhere else to turn. I phoned other people in my circle of friends. Oh, we've got family coming over. Oh, no. Yeah, okay, whatever. I stayed in the house all the time because I had no money. I felt my understanding of life at the time was that if you stepped out of the house, it cost you money. You're going to go get a coffee at a cafe. You're going to go buy a meal. I had no money. Now, later on, I learnt that you can go out of the house and spend 6 or 7 hours out of the house without spending money. If you've got a device, if you've got a phone, or I had a Kindle book reader back at the beginning of all this. I could just go and read my Kindle. When I was once I was homeless, I sat in the park for hours and hours. I sat on benches at the seafront, on cliff tops. Hours and hours. Take a holdall with me, some water, maybe cold coffee, water and instant coffee. And just, I dig a newspaper out of the bins, an English language newspaper, and do the puzzle page. But I learnt this after I was at hers, after I stayed with her. I was in the house under her feet all day, every day. Yeah. She was the kind of lady, when I first arrived, she wouldn't let me do anything. Can I make the meal tonight? Can I cook? Can I wash up? No, no, no. My house, my rules. I'll do it all. And I stopped asking because she just always said no, no, no. And so a pattern kind of emerged. But I was in a, you know, it's like when someone else is in your house. It's okay for a day or three, maybe a week. If you're really close friends or family, maybe you can manage 2 weeks. But after a while, it's someone else in your house. You can't walk out your bedroom naked to the loo or whatever. You know what I mean? You got to do things different because there's someone else there. I was in the way under her feet, and the relationship, the friendship broke down, and eventually she said, look, get it sorted. You've got 2 weeks to sort it or go. I couldn't sort it, and so I went. And on Sunday, the 14th of August, whatever year that was, Sunday the 14th of August, 2022, I'm guessing. I walked down the stairs from her apartment into the wilds of Torrevieja, and parked myself in one of the 3 fields of the park. It's split into 3 fields with roads going across. Top one has a bar and lots of people. I didn't want to be around lots of people. The bottom one is used a lot just for walking dogs, a lot of dog poo and what have you. Didn't want that, so I went in the middle field, which still has a lot of dogs around and what have you. But there was an area with these 3 or 4 trees with big boughs, big branches hanging down, and I parked my stuff under the tree all day. Went away, and when I came back, my stuff was still there, thankfully, and I'd camp in the field from 11 or 12 onwards, typically nearer 12. I'd eke out whatever food I could from what I had, and I started with nothing. The lady that told me that my friend had died was one of the ladies who helped me on the 4th day. She asked if I had any money and if I'd had any food and if I'd got any food, and I said no, I got nothing. She gave me 15, explained to her friend what was happening. The friend put a hand in her purse and pulled out 20, and they told me to go off and get breakfast, which I didn't. There was no way I was wasting a tenner on a single meal with 35 euros in my pocket. I went and did some shopping and bought a carrier bag of food. Bread, pate, what's the sausage called? Not chorizo, mortadella, chocolate spread, and a pack of biscuits. A triple pack. In fact, a 4-pack would have been the Maria biscuits. €1.05, got 4 packets of biscuits back then. That was my shopping. Biscuits, bread, stuff to put on bread, whether it be chocolate as like a dessert or whether it be pate or mortadella as the savoury. Yeah. And so that 35 euros lasted me 6 weeks. 8 weeks. The 8 weeks I was in the park. Can't work that out. 4 euros a week, yeah? Yeah. But obviously big spend on the first day. Living with a friend can't take forever. Mr. S had a mate sleeping at my place for a few days a week when he got homeless. Well done you, good on you. But yeah, you've got someone there, it changes how you live and what you do and when you do. So Atari says, Mike, love you man, stop shitting about banks and the past, wake up, get out of that tent, that field. It'll take you years to generate money to make real change on YouTube. Well, I don't make any money from YouTube itself because I'm not tax registered here, so I can't do any of that. It is just donations. I'm very much just in a holding pattern. It's survival. I've recognised that from the start. There's no just getting up and out of here. If you think about just how to get the dog home to Britain, that's 6 or 7 euros in total. I've run through that in the past. My flight might only be 30. Hers isn't. Her flight's 400 or 500. Got to buy a dog crate. Got to get the injections up to date, see vets, do the worming within 48 hours of, you know, of leaving the country. But I've got legal stuff hanging over my head because the police like to arrest homeless guys. They like to come and hassle us and trump up charges. And the social services guy who was sent to help, we all know he wasn't. The mayor spotted a homeless guy in a field with a tent and thought, we can't have that. So he sent his guy under the guise of welfare, but to get rid of me, really. Here I am, Eduardo. Still here, pal. Waiting for your next election when my story will emerge. I'm coming for you. In a legal sense. It was good he wasn't there the whole week, otherwise I might have started to get annoyed by him. Yeah, friendships quickly break down when there's a stress added, yeah. At least your tent isn't in Gaza, this is true. The money generated here wouldn't pay for food. Put the past where it deserves in the past. The money I get donated on PayPal pays for food. Absolutely it does. And allows me to save up for a solar panel. New tents have been bought by money donated here. My fridge freezer paid for by donations here. Where are we? It's jumping about. I'm struggling just to keep track of the conversation. Okay, I'm back on. Even if there were no lies, it'd be a struggle. How far back have we gone? Here we go. At least the tent isn't in Gaza. The money generated here wouldn't pay for food. It does. I've had a friend sleeping at... Okay. UK Richie. Had a friend sleeping on my sofa. It's never easy for either party. This is true. This is what people forget. It's an imposition on the person whose house it is, but it's awkward for the recipient of the generosity. You're treading on eggshells, not wanting to be a burden, trying to stay out of the way. If you're sleeping on the sofa, you want to be off the sofa before people come down in the morning, before people get out of bed. But on the flip side, you can't go to bed until they've finished with whatever their daily routine is. So if they go to bed at 1 in the morning and you would normally be asleep at 11, you've got a bit of a clash there, and it gets awkward. They'll end up going, the homeowner ends up going to bed early to get out of your way when you're the guest sleeping on the couch. It's all tricky. Never easy for either party, said UK Richie. True. Thankfully he got a living job at a bar and has been able to manage ever since. Good, that's nice. See, my dog, I can't leave her alone. Now she's disabled, especially. So even before, she had that separation anxiety. You couldn't leave her unmatched. I'm not legal in this country as things stand, so can't work. I've got legal trouble already, so I don't want to be caught up with any accusations of tax avoidance from working when you're not supposed to. It's all difficult. Mr. Atkins, Steve, was homeless in Portugal some years back. Phoned home and asked for help, and it jumped on me, so I can't finish the sentence. Where are we? Here, down, okay. Phoned home and asked for help from relatives, and luckily they helped out. Yeah, I got something weird. I don't know what, but there's something going on with my family. There's only a brother and a sister, and my ex-wife. But there's some arguments going on about some... I'm not up to date on the who, how, what, but... My brother started telling like my ex-wife that I was working out here, had set up a new business and was living the life of Riley. So now he doesn't talk to me and she doesn't talk to me. And I don't fucking know. Where are we here? It's jumped back too far. I can't keep track of the... Okay, homeless in Portugal. Yeah, luckily they could help. That's where we got to. And it's literally just lifting my finger to scroll, and it's jumped back. Wouldn't pay for food. I've passed that. No, could you do that? No, I mean, if I could phone home and get help, I would have phoned home and got help. But even then, there's the legal stuff hanging over me, so yeah. Where's Karen tonight? I don't know, mate. She's not been on, has she? Maybe... Oh, no. God, that was stupid of me. I was about to suggest that Sunday night she might be down the pub at the quiz. She's not in this country at the minute. That was a stupid... I don't know where Karen is. We're 3 hours in. I'm still on my first can of beer, folks. This is how bad an alcoholic I am. For those of you that suspected. Got about this much left. If I'm going to put the camera back down there, I'll have to bring the light back around here. But I'll have to balance the white on 2 cans instead of 3 while I prepare and get ready for the next can. Let's see whether I can turn on the side again this way. As long as I don't have to reach out too much. We're at the bottom of chat now, so I shouldn't need to be scrolling around too much. Yeah, where is Karen? I don't know. It's Sunday, isn't it? That's one of the things. You lose track of the bloody days. Oh, and tomorrow's a holiday as well. Shops will be shut. All the supermarkets will be closed, probably. Although I think I saw that Aldi might be open. See, I went shopping the other day and I stopped halfway around the shop. I only bought half of what I could do with. And also there's Christmas preps to start thinking about. So, I don't know. Sounds like you'll be there forever. I suggest that you should get fluent in Spanish. Tried. It turns out that language learning is not one of my fortes. Much to my surprise. I consider myself above average intelligence. I can learn most things. Turns out I don't have the faculty for languages. I can learn words, individual words, building sentences, and doing it on the fly. See, a lot of my learning was translating this way. When you want to go back the other way, now, book learning, reading, doing all that, online and what's the app, Duolingo and all of that. Great, okay, fine. Show me Spanish word, I'll learn the English equivalent. Okay, that's great. But when you're talking with someone, you've got to go the other way. And most of these language teaching things don't go the other way. Also, I had a few early experiences where I tried and people laughed at me. And like I've mentioned before, I'm an introvert. I don't take criticism well. I had a thing as a kid, a real confidence knocking, not an incident. I mean, it was me. It was built into me. It was my face. Imagine walking into a shop and there's 2 pretty girls in front of you. They take one look at you and burst out laughing. And you know why they're laughing? It's because you got a face with these lumps on. Your jaw's got... That'll knock your confidence. So to come out here, try language. Here's the other thing. So you have a go at Spanish and the people don't understand you. And that knocks your confidence. And it's only a year later you realise that they don't know Spanish. Or the waiters and waitresses learn enough for the job. But if you try saying something out of the ordinary, they were lost. But I thought it was me getting my Spanish wrong. So I had all these things that knocked my I don't have a lot of confidence. I'm not a confident person. A lot of people struggle to accept that, but that's a fact. So I don't have a lot of confidence to begin with. I had things knock my confidence. I also find that I can't hear Spanish. The way they talk. There are some women who have got crystal clear voices and I can understand each and every fucking word they say. There are other women, I pick up one word in 10. And there are men who just... Not a single... They could talk to me all night. I would not hear one fucking Spanish word. Some of them it's just because they've got a deep gravelly voice. Some of them aren't even talking Spanish. Castellano. Spain has about 14 different languages, only one of which is what we call Spanish, Castellano. The others, there's a Valenciano, there's a, each area's got its own. And some of the old blokes that are playing dominoes in bars and stuff, they're not even speaking the language. You think you're trying to listen out for a Spanish word, but you're not going to hear one. There aren't any. Some of them sound like they're speaking French. They've got French accents, but you can pick out the odd Spanish word. Some of them sound Spanish, but you hear French words, because there's a crossover near the border. There's a mingling of the languages and the accents. It's very interesting, but it just turns out that learning Spanish by being in Spain doesn't work for me. Hold on. It would help massively if I could learn the language, yeah, but that doesn't mean I can do it. If there are things, yeah, I can't do carpentry. Just saying learn carpentry doesn't mean it'll happen. If you've had a go at learning languages and it doesn't work, there's UK Richie. I understand spoken French but can't speak the language. Different skills. Oh my God, man is on a death wish. Shame he doesn't want real help. He just wants to... Mate, if you don't shut the fuck up, you're out of here. Can I... Where are my mods? I'd time you out right now if the app was working properly. Put user in timeout. 24 hours. You're out here for now. Come back next time and be a bit more civil, mate. I've had enough of the negativity. What real help were you offering? I don't understand your attitude, says UK Richie. He's alright, he's got... Oh, delete... Okay, message deleted by Jack Attack. People were here. I just timed him out for 24 hours. I don't know if anybody else thinks I should do something more extreme, but... Just learn Kung Fu, I'm sure that's a thing. It is, if you've got a lifetime to devote to it, Grasshopper. David Carradine. Carradine. Jag Attack's gone on the rampage. Have you deleted him entirely, Jack? What's going on? Just heard you, but Jack Attack jumped in. Yeah, okay. A bit too much negativity, guy. I don't mind a bit of questioning. I don't mind a bit of criticism. What was that? He said learn... Oh, no, someone else. Steve said learn the language. Oh, my God, the negativity. Oh, my God. I've tried learning the language. It turns out learning languages is not one of my skills. I learned physics, I learned mathematics, I learned English to an acceptable level. I've learned a few Spanish words, but it's not something I have an aptitude for. Language learning is not in my wheelhouse. Otherwise I would have learnt by now. It would have just happened by being here. Osmosis or what's the word? Not being subsumed, there is a word. Anyway, back to lurker mode for Jack Attack. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Appreciate you. I was trying to access the moderator functions, but I think when the little white arrow is up that tells me more messages that way, it somehow blocks half the screen from taking touch. I eventually got there and brought down the, not the ban hammer, but the cool down hammer, see you next time kind of hammer. I am very much stuck in a holding pattern. Just saying get out there and fix it doesn't take us anywhere. There's court shit hanging over me. There's police. Well, to be honest, they've left me alone on the whole recently, but prior to that, they were a real pain in the ass. I got the mayor and members of the council gunning for me one way or another. And then you've got the financial stuff. And then even if we get back to the UK, then what? I get off a plane in the UK and I'm homeless in the UK. How does that make me any better? So it's a holding pattern for now. King of the Tramps, fantastically complex person too. Complex. I see that I'm kind of an enigma to some people. Homeless, but not an alky druggie or psychotic, or not got psychiatric problems. Homeless, but smarter than the average bear. Boo boo. A couple of things like that. Able to eke out an existence that I don't find entirely intolerable. Now, I'm living in a shithole. Not in a bad way. It's not like unhealthy, gross. It's not nasty. It's untidy. It's disorganized. It's not even unorganized. I know where things are. It's all the space is taken. There's little here in the way of space on the floor. Especially after I went shopping the other day, filled the fridge and had a whole bag of extra food hanging over, on top of the drawers that are full. I probably can distribute some stuff around, and I don't know that I can free up my chair for sitting in. I have got the Christmas tree, which is not plugged in tonight. I have got enough power for it, I think. Although I did run the freezer for a couple of hours before. I am down to 54% on the EcoFlow. Doing this is going to be a drain. But let me scroll. I'll scroll back. I've missed a thing. There was Jack Attack going back into Lurker. King of the Tramps, fantastically complex. I heard that as there's courtship hanging over you. Courtship, that's I thought you had to marry a Spanish princess. Yeah, court shenanigans. There's court processes hanging over me. It might help if I actually read the documents that have been sent, but that's another story. I talked about being the great, I've lost the word. When you put things off. There's a word itching to come out and I'm almost picking up syllables of it, but I'm not getting there. Procrastinator. Fuck. Marry a Spanish princess to get out of your predicament. To be honest, that yeah. I mean, it would solve a lot of problems. Finding a Spanish lady. Or just finding a rich widow. I'm not mercenary in that way. And I'm not a ladies' man. I'm hetero. Don't misunderstand where I'm going with that. I'm not that suave. I said about being an introvert and not being good at meeting people and not being the greatest talker. Don't know how I do this, folks, but not being the greatest talker. I'm not going. There's not going to be some pretty lady walking past that I sweep off her feet and she agrees to be a hobosexual was the word I came up with, wasn't it? Hobosexual. Someone who's into tramps and hobos. It is actually also used, that word exists and is used for someone who's homeless who gets into a relationship just to get housed. That is an actual... What was that? Where's the tablet? I just heard it plinking away and I don't know where it is. What the fuck have I done with it? Oh, it's there. Okay. I thought it's further away because it was muffled. But it's under the covers on the bed. Next. The new year is approaching. Let's hope everything gets better for everyone. Yeah, that's a nice thought. It sounds like a John Lennon song. 1 year, a new, yeah. What's the one with him and Yoko? And it's every Christmas, isn't it? Very, very Christmas. Da 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 da. Let's hope it's the best or something. I don't know. Prevaricator wasn't the word I was going for. Procrastinator I was going for. But equal. That's yeah. That would have been an option. You can be my my thesaurus. Not Roger's Profanosaurus, but Roger's thesaurus. Treasure trove, I think it translates as. Thesaurus. Mr. S is laughing at hobosexual. I've used it once or twice before. It's not. I don't even think it was me that invented it. I may have independently come. You know, I might have come up with it, and then discovered it was already a word. But yeah, it's a good word. Whoever invented it. PayPal are asking for photo ID to use the app from the UK. Really? We're here with the online safety bill already, are we? That will make things more difficult for people. What am I going to do when they ask for mine? I guess I can show them a picture of my passport, but it's got water damage kind of marks on it, probably. It does in places anyway. If I hand the passport to somebody, they won't accept it, which is why I just now tell them I haven't got anything. I tell them literally, I haven't got any ID you will find acceptable. I don't say I haven't got ID. I mean, I've got an old passport, you know, when they cut the corner off and send it back to you. I got an old one. I got a current one, but if I hand it to you, you'll see the water damage, and apparently one of the tricks fraudsters used to use, forgers and whatever, was to make it deliberately make it look like a water damaged passport. Easier to avoid scrutiny or explain away why it's not perfect. Oh, I don't know, folks. They asked me for bank statements. By law, I had to produce them. They went back 7 years. I thought you only had to keep financial documents 6, like for taxman and stuff. It was 6 in my day. When I ran a business, let's crack open a can. Go back 7 years. You watch Dad's Army. Captain Mannering was the bank manager. He knew who all his customers were. Everyone in the bank knew all the customers. There was no proving ID. Every member of staff knew every customer. And if you were a new member of staff or a new customer, you got used to each other quick enough. There was none of this bring paperwork. And what does the paperwork prove? The paperwork proves you've got paperwork. It doesn't prove you're you. Three-quarters of the staff working in nursing homes now are there on someone else's ID. Mrs. Uber Goober comes over from Nigeria and she registers and gets ID and all the paperwork. But the next day, 3 Mrs. Uber Goobers go to different nursing homes and cover different shifts. Mrs. Uber Goober goes here and does that shift, the mornings. Mrs. Uber Goober goes and does the late, and then there's a Mrs. Uber Goober going and doing the nights. All on the idea of a woman who's never been in a nursing home in her life. And she'll take 10 or 20% of their earnings. She's making money hand over fist by farming out her ID. Oh, is Mr. S off? Hold on, I'm just going to scroll back. Where did I get to? That's a development, said Tommy Tombstone. Yeah, the ID thing. Okay, bank statements, yeah. Mr. S is off to bed. I'd like to thank everyone for the stream and wish you all a pleasant evening. Me too, mate. Same, right back at you. And everybody, even Atari. No ill will. No, I just don't want the negativity. Um, my mental state is in a balance, and although I'm a happy-go-lucky kind of guy most of the time, I can't allow myself to be dragged down by too much negativity from elsewhere. So I hope you don't mind. You're welcome back the next time. I'm not angry per se. I just I appreciate that you have best intentions. You want me to get out of this situation. I appreciate that. Just isn't that simple, my friend. So you're welcome back next time. Everybody's welcome. Um, I haven't banned anybody. I don't know whether Jack Attack did, but you're on top form with these live streams. I don't know, mate. I see. I had no idea what we were going to talk about. I'm finding these easier to do than the proper TrampCast proper, talking about a week in the life of, because I had preparation to do there. There was work. The numbers round is always a strain. Cataloguing who donated what and when, and saying doing the thank yous. I know I should do more thank yous. But those separate sections, those require work. This doesn't require that much work. And as a lazy grifter, no. Like Asmongold would say, it's min-maxing. Maximizing the outcome, but with minimizing the effort. Min-maxing. It's an efficiency thing, isn't it? It's an efficiency strategy, I guess. If I can do a couple of these and pick up a couple of donations a week, and that buys my food and maybe drink. We should thank Rose. Everybody thanks. I haven't seen her here, but she might watch on the replay. Rose is a sponsor of the feast this evening. Rose and a couple more probably. Rose sent me money and specifically said, "Buy lager." So cheers to Rose. She used to be It's a Flower, and I think the name change now actually mentions Rose. The display name now. But cheers, Rose. Cheers, love. Thank you. Appreciate you. Obviously, at €3.50 per 12 pack, it won't all go on beer. Some of it will go on other necessities of life. Like I was saying before, I'm in this weird stage where I've got a lot of food here, but it doesn't form a meal, and I'm going out shopping to try and buy the bits to fill the gaps. Potatoes and onions don't make a meal. Potatoes, onions, carrots, celery, some form of protein makes a meal. Especially with a tin of tomatoes or some kind of gravy or stock or something. So I'm trying to fill those gaps, but at the same time I'm keeping an eye out on the fact that Christmas is 2 weeks away. So it's that. Normal shop, Christmas shop, when and where, the logistics of how we get it. Now that we've been to a supermarket for the first time this year, it was a fucking struggle though, guys. It's a lot further away than I remember it. I thought that this new Aldi was somewhere between a third and a half of the distance to Mercadona. It's not. It's almost the same distance. Just there's one leg cut off, one corner of the journey that you don't do. So it's almost the same kilometre that we were doing previously. And it's uphill. So yeah, more difficult. I've lost my own geography because I've been here all the time. I've been in the field. Do you still have a slow cooker? Does it work within your power budget? I have a slow cooker. It works from the EcoFlow. In winter, I would be hard pushed to cook a meal in one day with it. if I need to keep the phones and tablets and whatever else charged. It's possible that I could make like a basic soup or stew, something more substantial, like a chunk of meat. Or I've used it in the past to make jacket potatoes, baked potatoes. In summer, I can just I can just fill it up, potatoes and maybe baked onions. Put full onions and full potatoes in there, and in summer I can cook those in one day, a full, the actual cooker full of them. In winter, I would be hard pressed to just put 2 potatoes in and have those cook. It would also deprive me of running the freezer, the fridge freezer. So it tends not to get used as much in winter. In the past, I've even had to cook the jacket potatoes the second day. I think I put 3 in once and maybe 1 onion. And at the end of the day, it wasn't cooked. I had to put them in a second day. That wasn't great, because I had to figure out what to eat that night. So yeah, it's awkward. I've got it. It works. It's fine. But yeah, ironically, yeah. In summer you can make winter stews, but in winter it's more difficult. I did wonder, guys. I did wonder. So the slow cooker, you've got the outer, and it's got the heating element in, and then you've got the inner pot. I wondered whether I could like do something half in the slow cooker. Could I take that inner lining, that inner pot, and just put that over a flame? I don't know what it's made of. I don't know. I can't work out if it's metal, ceramic, enamel. I can't. I don't know whether it would take like the direct heat of an actual, like a gas flame, like from a hob. It's not the kind of experiment you want to run and get wrong and knacker. I don't know. Josie, hello Josie. You don't need to send a Christmas present. I still haven't been to Tweeties with your birthday present that you sent me. I'm not sure how I'm going to fit that in now, but I will. It is earmarked. Like I've said in the past, when people make like a stipulation or a suggestion of what the money should or should not be spent on, I do my damnedest to honour that. But don't worry about. You've done more than enough. You two, Peter and Josie, you've done more than enough this last year, or since I first met you. Was that the first time when I was taking the tent down that day and you arrived that morning with the bag of dog food and everything? It's got to be about 6 or 7 months ago. I think that was when we first met. Can also spin it on a cooking pan. I do need like a roasting tin. I do need a roast. Tina girl, Tina. Hey babe. Tina's okay. How much is a smaller gas burner? I don't know, mate. I don't know. I could do with one with like 2 small rings rather than, but I'm going to need to get a new gas bottle in the next, well, I figure in the next week. It feels to me, it feels like it's on vapors. I don't hear any liquid in the bottom when you swish it. How far are you from Portugal? I'm as far as you can get while being on the Iberian Peninsula. I'm on the, let me get my east and west right. I'm on the east coast of Spain. So I'm literally the other side of Spain. I'm as far away from Portugal as you could get while still being on the peninsula. Well, except if you went diagonally. Maths again, isn't it? The hypotenuse of an equilateral triangle is 1.41 times the size of the width. So if you went from bottom left up to bottom, that would be bigger than just going straight across. I'll shut up now. Just not for long. I don't know where my gas has gone this year. I think I've gone through twice as many gas bottles as last year. And there've been huge periods, like in summer, apart from coffee. Didn't you? I didn't cook this summer. Not much, anyway. My idea of cooking this summer was the meal I had tonight. A packet potato, smash, packed, what do you want to call it? Powdered potato flakes, Americans call it. Potato flakes. I don't know what we call it. We tend to just call it, do we still call it Smash in the UK? I know that's a brand. And it had the lovely Martian robot things in the 70s. Great adverts. But what do we call packet mashed potato? Dehydrated potato flakes? I don't know. Are they dehydrated or are they what's the other word? Freeze-dried. Freeze-dried. That was my meal today anyway. Powdered potato with soup, with a powdered soup in the same pan. So flavoured mashed potato. When I did cook this summer, that's all I had. And you boil the water in 5 minutes, pour it in, and you're done. Unless the soup has pasta flakes, like angel hair pasta, then you might have to leave it on the heat for another 5 minutes. That's the only cooking I've done. And yet I've gone through 3 gas bottles in 1 year. I did have a period where Pepe was cooking here every day. I did have a period where that Russian guy was coming and making coffee 2 or 3 times a day. But that's something and nothing. That in the grand picture, in the grand scheme of things, in the big picture, grand scheme of things, I don't know how I've gone through as much gas as I have. First time we met was 2023, was it really? Oh, I must just have a poor memory for faces and names. 2023. Was it really? You'll have to remind me sometime. Come round one time and we'll chat. I know you don't like the flies in the field and what have you, but September 2023. I wonder if I've got any notes going back that far. That's intriguing. You got me there. Oops. It's a bit embarrassing to admit that you don't remember somebody. Christmas is for giving. Yeah, I guess. Can I admit to this? I don't know what to say about this. I kind of dislike myself a bit here. So for a while, for about a month, I've been hearing someone the other side of the field coughing 3, 4, 5 in the morning. And the other day I saw the guy. It's obviously him. He looked homeless. He's got a big heavy coat, big hat, woolly hat, and he was picking up cigarettes off the ground. And he had the cough that I'd been hearing. And I'm walking, and I've got, currently, thanks to my friend Tom, I've got a €10 note in my pocket. And I saw this guy, and I thought, doesn't he need this €10 more than I do? He's probably not sat there with a solar panel, a fridge freezer, an EcoFlow, multiple phones and tablets, a laptop. Doesn't he need this €10 more than me? But I was aware of like the security implications. If he becomes aware that I'm this guy in this tent and that I've got enough to be giving away, doesn't that make me potentially a target? Now, I've no idea whether he's a good man or bad man. I know nothing about him except that he's a smoker. I hear him coughing at 5 and 6 and 7 in the morning from across. I'm hearing it from the other side of the field. I know nothing about him other than that. I don't know what language he speaks, don't know what his circumstances are. I don't know whether he's a rapist, a pedophile, or just a normal, nice, everyday guy. But I didn't give him it. I just didn't want to risk becoming a target again after the 2-hour stand-up fight the other week. But for once, I didn't feel proud of myself. I still think maybe I made the wrong decision. Would you have given him it? If you had a tenner in your back pocket that I'm not going to say that you didn't need, but that someone else might need more? It's okay, darling. It's just nutters. It's just nutters up on the main road. Tina's okay. Tina. Hey, babe. Tina's okay. Tina's okay. Is that rain or is that just the wind? Might be raining, folks. I'm not sure. Spitting. Christmas is forgiving, said Josie. How much is small gas burn? I don't know, mate. I'd have to look on. Has to connect to a proper gas bottle. I'm not messing about with 400-gram camping gas stoves. You only came and dropped the stuff and then left straight away. Okay, maybe that's why I haven't got the memory of it. Connecting. I apologise, but I'm just not good with names and faces initially. I have to meet somebody usually 5 or 6 times before I can pin them, before I can recognise them again outright. Sometimes I wonder. Try talking to him and find some things about him. I was worried about just the whole talking to him because then it might become apparent that I'm the man in the tent. He's on one side of the field and I'm the guy in the palace on the other side of the field. Then he might start coming around and wanting to make coffee every day or take advantage like some of the others tried. I don't know. I may try talking to him. If I had coins in my pocket rather than a 10-euro note, I very rarely do. If I had coins, I probably could have thrown him a couple of euro and how much is a pack of cigarettes nowadays? Or a pouch of tobacco? I don't like to see guys picking cigarettes off the street, picking the butts to make a cigarette. My mate Joby has been in that position a few times, my friend Joby, but it's not ideal. I'd rather give them a £5 or a tenner and send them to go and get a packet of cigarettes or a pouch of tobacco. But I'm aware of my own precarious situation. I don't want to be looking like I've got money to give away, and it is the only money. I've got my card, my Tippy Tappy Pay and Go card from Karen, which unbelievably I probably need to put more. I put money on it 10 days ago. I put 100 euros on out of PayPal, and we're getting down to the bottom of it already. I said before about how I only spend 20 euros a week. I spent 25 on my first shop, and I only got half of what I needed. I spent 15 on my phone bill. There's been a couple of other. I went and had to buy beer. Had to. Have you heard me? Rose sent me money and said buy beer, buy lager. So I got a crate of lager, a 12-pack of lager to get me through the weekend, to bridge the weekend. But when you add all that together, I spent 50 or 60 or maybe 70 euros. And I've still only got half of what I needed from the shop. And then there's Christmas in a week or two. I gotta figure things out. Oh, I'd recognise you both now. I would recognise you both now, Josie. Now that like you've been 3, 4, 5 times. I don't know how many, but I don't keep count. Although I do make a note because TrampCast. But no, I would recognise you now. I would know you. I would know you in the street. Yeah. Where are we, folks? 15 people here still after nearly 4 hours. That's not bad by my standards. There's only a small channel, folks. You're just talking. You're watching a tramp in a field. It's never going to be Asmongold. There's never going to be or who's the other guy? Penguin Zero. He's gone by about 4 different names over the years. He's got 16 million followers. I'm never going to be that guy. Me and Karen, you're 2 red ones. This is true. I'm trying to look back at some of the other people that helped me a lot and see whether any of those were redheads. Don't think so. Don't think so. I wondered whether I should make a list of all of the people that have been a big help. I couldn't possibly make a list of all of the people that have helped ever, but over time there have been people who are like my main helpers would be wrong, I guess. But there have been people, and then so there were some guys here, and they helped me a lot, and then they moved on. They went back to England and Ireland, and now we kind of almost lost touch. Maybe I'll reach out to those actually. I had a thing when my phone broke and I got on the next phone, half my contacts were missing. Still don't understand it, but I've lost touch with some people that were great help, and some people helped me like a little bit but frequently. Some people helped me big but as a one-off, or at crucial times, like the couple up the road that bought me the tarpaulin on the day that my tarpaulin split, and that was my real low point that was the one where I thought about chucking myself off the cliff, and then they turned up. So not a big like financial investment, but it was big in terms of its importance and its timing. I guess these TrampCasts, well, mainly the proper TrampCast proper, detailing 7 days in the life of. I will get back to them eventually. Those will be a record, and my notes primarily, but the videos as well, will be a record of what happened and when and who helped and how much they helped and how much it meant to me. Sometimes the smallest donation means more because of the timing. This couple up the road, they spent, it was 15 or 16 euros on the tarpaulin and some hot dog sausages and some bread, but it meant the world to me. We were in the middle of a 4-day storm and my roof had just split end to end, and I was wet through, and there was still 2 days of storms to go. So let's call it 20 euros. I might be doing them a disservice there because I don't know how much the hot dog sausages were or the bread, but call it 20 euros with the tarpaulin. Saved my life, literally, and they don't know it. I was thinking about whether to end things and how to end things. I really was. But anyway, I try to be this more jovial character on screen. Let's not get too depressed. Josie says, why? I'm not sure what you're saying why to. Why what? As others sus, you more will set up camp there. I don't think so. I don't think. The people that have been here have come and gone. Joby came and went. Pepe came and went. There have been others hidden in the trees that come and go. Nobody's set up long term because the police tell you to move on. They came and told me to move on multiple times and I said no. Spanish police have a reputation. Not many people say no. It is a worry. I worry if someone new turns up. I worry. Because it will bring more attention on us. It will bring the police down upon not just them, but me as well. Josie says, next year when we move to Spain, that's like October or November, we can sponsor you with the small things that are necessary. I've got most oh, I'm back, reconnecting. I was just reading Josie's comment where she said when they come to Spain to live that they'll help with the small things. What am I lacking at the? You know, in terms of cooking and baking. Okay, apart from lacking an oven, that's an issue. I want a metal box or a metal, uh, like a drum. I need a metal box that I can put over the flames that would form an oven. But that's not what I'm talking about now. Anyway, weight scales. I haven't got like weight scales or measuring cups or measuring spoons. Pardon me. Or for baking, you need weight scale. Now I used to have all this stuff, and you can buy weight scales for like a fiver in some places, but he's expensive over here. He wants 14 or 15 euros for the most basic, crappiest littlest set of weight scales. Just something that'll run off a CR2032 battery, a little watch battery. He's expensive. That's the only the shop that's on my doorstep for random stuff is a piss take. He charges 3 times what other people charge for things. He seems a nice enough bloke. I mean, he's happy and smiley. But if I was ripping off people to that tune, I'd be quite happy as well. I don't know what else. I haven't got a whisk. I don't think I've got a whisk. I got a grater, thanks to Ryan. I got a grater. And a sieve. He brought me those were the things that I was really missing. I use those often. But trying to measure, I'm thinking in terms. I want to make some bread, mainly flatbreads, but I also want to do like a pizza base. Cook a pizza in frying pans. I'm probably going to go the route of making liquid dough, because you don't have to be as precise with measurements and things. You make a consistency that looks about right, you pour it in the pan, the water evaporates, you're left with bread, even if it's a flatbread. Well, there aren't many things like that I need. Sometime before Christmas, I've got to do this before Christmas. I've got to swap this gas bottle because in the 2 days before Christmas, there's going to be a lot of cooking on the One Ring. I don't know. I haven't sorted out an order in my head yet for what order to do things. I'm going to cook things in the days before, store them in the fridge, and then bring them out and warm them up on Christmas Eve, and a second batch on Christmas Day. So making like the roast potatoes is a big. Trying to roast potatoes in a frying pan, in what way are they just not just fried potatoes? But the timing, how I'm going to do things, whether I'm even going to be able to afford a turkey or whether I'm just going to go with like chicken or something. My thought is, this was a thought yesterday, I think I was thinking this over. Buy a chicken or chicken portions for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And in the days after, they're going to have leftover turkeys that they're giving away for cheap. Cheap is almost a pun there because we're talking about birds, but I wasn't going there. It wasn't deliberate. Acknowledged, but not deliberate. There'll be on the 26th. There'll be turkeys almost for free. So I might take advantage of that. I might buy just a small, either a turkey crown or a chicken crown or just some chicken portions. I could even go rabbit. It's certainly not traditional, but I don't mind a bit of rabbit. It's just not a Christmas thing. I don't know what I'm going to do, when I'm going to do. I have to firm up on my plans and then actually stick to them, because it's going to take quite a bit of preparation to knock up Christmas dinner on One Ring. And certainly starting off with a gas bottle that you think's almost empty, I don't want to start cooking something and have it run out on, halfway through day one. I mean, it's only 200 meters that way, less, 150 meters that way. I've never been in that garage. I've been there and swapped gas bottles before, but paid with cash. If I pay with a card, I'll have to go in. I've literally never stepped foot inside. They have weird rules in Spain about gas bottles as well. If you go there to get one, like from cold, like without bringing an empty back, they want to know what you're using it for. You have to prove why you need it. Show them a receipt of a new gas fire that you've bought that needs a gas bottle, or a new barbecue you've bought. Show them a receipt, maybe. Not just a photo, but maybe a receipt that to prove you've just bought this thing and therefore you need the bottle. They don't just hand them out willy-nilly. Now, I've gone up there in the past, if they haven't been watching, and we've swapped a gas bottle. What if I go there and it's a member of staff who knows that I'm me from the tent? Would they define that as not an acceptable use and not let me have the gas bottle? I'm not sure, because some of the staff they do, they've seen me and the dog and they know my circumstance. Does that mean they wouldn't give me a new gas bottle? I don't know. Here we go. I'm scrolling. Why was about the list. The list. What list? I'm lost now. UK Rich is heading off. That was 5 minutes ago. If you're still here, thank you for attending, my friend. Cheers. And again, thanks for the donation the other day. Water was close for you, big bottle gas, etc. You meant like, okay, water, washing clothes, is that maybe? Big bottle, okay, so not the small fry stuff, the medium. Karen says hello. People are asking where Karen was. Bye Richie Rich, UK Rich. Karen arrives. Karen steps in. That was at, that's now, isn't it? 2:02. Looks like you've missed all the fun. There was a guy here before who, I think he meant well, but got a bit too, how would you say, a bit too forceful in his protestations about my situation and what I should do about it. So I timed him out in the end. Jack Attack deleted a few messages that were a bit more provocative. No harm done. I've said, I don't know if he would still be watching or whatever, but I say he's welcome back. Just moderate the tone in future. I don't think he said anything too strong. I didn't see anything too strong. But just the negativity, the get up off your ass, do it, or you'll be there forever. I know what the score is. I'm in a survival mode. I know I'm in a holding pattern. I'm waiting for some break, some good luck, some whatever. Just saying get up and make it happen doesn't make it happen. He brought up someone else brought up a point about learning the language, and I said it's not that easy. It just doesn't work for me. I've tried, and I'm just not a language learning kind of guy. And he just went off on one about, oh, you're being negative, or look at him, he's just going to die out there, or some such. Just saying learn a language doesn't make it happen. If I got up tomorrow and said, right, now I'm going to learn a language. I'm 57. I've tried learning languages multiple times in my life. It's never worked. It's not suddenly going to work now. I have no reason to believe, what was it Einstein said? Repeating the same action over and over and expecting a different outcome is the definition of madness. Personally, I think baggy trousers is the definition of madness, but that's an 80s pop music reference for anyone who doesn't get it. But yeah, no, I keep trying to learn languages. They're not just suddenly going to work after you've tried 20 times and it's never worked. Any language learning I've managed is one way. And it's only under certain circumstances. Crisp, well, I can read Spanish kind of, sort of, almost. I can't hear it. Except certain people who have a very crisp, clear voice and speak at a certain rate. Outside of those bounds, it just doesn't work for me. And even if I hear them constructing sentences and going the other way with it, I'm far too slow. I have a few rehearsed lines that I can adapt and amend, but mainly it's the rehearsed lines or nothing. If I have to make it up on the fly, you'll have to wait 5 minutes for me to construct a 5-word sentence. What's that word? How do you say? Como se dice? Someone just going, learn a language. Don't know. And as others said, what help are you offering? He went off that no one was helping and that I was just accepting my fate. He didn't offer anything concrete. I love a delete or a ban, lol. This is what moderators are for. I was trying to access the moderator functions myself and they weren't coming up. And I was like, where are my fucking mods? I think Jack Attack was lurking in the background. He came out. Sell your organs. There's one, Tony. Okay, yeah. That's how do you know you're going to come around from the anaesthetic and actually have the money? I don't know. Oh, I swallowed that difficultly. I think I swallowed like an air bubble with it or something. 4 hours. The first 3 hours was a 1 can, and I'm about 2/3 of the way through this one. So the first can took 3 hours. The second can, we're on 1 hour and it's 2/3 gone. I'm drinking faster, folks. Maybe I am that alky that everybody thinks I am. Oh, you never know. I'm all caught up with chat, aren't I? So I haven't got much to talk about. Hold on. Oh, okay, we go. Here comes Tony. Okay, I'm just reading back. I missed a couple of comments after Richie left. Why you live in a tent? Are you an alcoholic? There you go. Look, right on time. Thank you, Tony. No, I'm not an alky. I'm not a druggie, and I've got no psychiatric problems. Next question. Well, I guess you've already asked why you live in a tent. The answer is TrampCast 001. There's a 2.5-hour video explaining the whole backstory, the whole circumstances. Basically, my bank decided I'm not me and wanted me to come into my local branch to prove that I'm me. But I'm in another country from my local branch. And the police in this country decided they don't want me. I've got a court thing hanging over me. They didn't want me leaving the country. So that catch-22, it's not a Mexican standoff, that requires 3 parties. It's a catch-22, leaves me stranded. Can't go back to the country to get my money. Haven't got the money to get back to the country. Or to sort out the legal, get a lawyer and sort out the legal thing. So yeah, that's the 30-second version. If you want the full version, TrampCast space 001. 2.5 hours for your delight and delectation. That was my first ever live stream. That was where I met Karen, who's here now chatting. She offered to cut my hair, came and cut my hair up in the park. And we've been friends ever since. Are you an alky? Sell your organs. How do you have electricity? I have a solar. I saved up donations from people, and I bought an EcoFlow River 2, which is like a battery that stores power and then pumps it out as a 220-volt socket, or as a 12-volt car socket, cigarette adapter, or as a USB. So I bought the EcoFlow, and I had 2 small solar panels. A certain friend who I just mentioned moments ago helped me with acquiring a solar panel and also the wires and things to make it all work together, because that was a bit of a palaver. And I had a cool box. I bought a cool box at the time. They loaned me the money. I paid them back fairly shortly thereafter, well, it wasn't actually. It was a little while thereafter. But they helped me out. I bought this electric thing, and and then I bought the other things to use the electric. So a 100-watt solar panel is the answer, in short, to your question, how do you have electricity? Some things are battery powered. These lights, I don't know whether you can see these lights. I'll tip the camera up so that you can see those lights there. Those are fairy lights, Christmas tree lights, as it were. Battery operated. But the batteries are USB powered. The batteries have a little USB slot on them. Plug them in, they recharge. I didn't recharge them today. They're on their second. They only do 2 days per charge, maybe 3 at a push. I've got a second string of them somewhere that I've never used. I'm kind of saving those as a fallback. But yeah, I've got a TV in here that I picked up at a bin. I never use it, but I do. It's kind of a joke, running joke. I have a television, I have an electric blanket, I have an electric fan, electric fly squatter, electric fly killer, electric slow cooker. I've got a fridge freezer, a camping, you know, a small one, like same size as a cool box, but it's got a compressor. It's not powered by those pretend things. It's actually got a compressor. Proper fridge freezer goes down to about -40 if you want it to, which I don't, but I'm sure I've got other electric things that I've not mentioned. But basically, because I'm not an alkie, a druggie, or got psychiatric problems, when people send me a donation, I save it and I make good use of it, generally. A little bit of lubrication for the throat, as it were. So yeah, I do drink. I'm not claiming, I'm not teetotal or anything. But I'm not blowing all my money on ale. A 12-pack, a case of beer, is $3.60. Actually $3.72, 31 cents per can, times 12, $3.72. So I'm not blowing vast amounts of money on ale. And kind supporters out there send a donation to me via PayPal. Some of them will mark it not for alcohol or not for booze, and that's fine. Some will mark it, go get a go get lager, go get beer. Like Rose, the sponsor of today's festivities, I guess you would say, the beer sponsor. Rose is the official beer sponsor of this episode and the last one, and maybe another one or two, because she sent quite a bit of money and said buy beer. So yeah, that's how I do. That's how I get electricity. That's how I get money. That's how I get beer. Terence has watched 127 of your videos from beginning to end, and I can assure you that you are totally bonkers doing what you do. I will respect that. I remember when you started, you watched a couple of the live streams, and you started commenting on some of the older ones, and you said you were working your way through forwards. Yeah, you know, totally bonkers. I have had a couple of streams where I've been drunk. I've done deliberate drinking streams in the past, like on birthdays and things. I also had an accidental one where I fell asleep halfway through the stream. So there's no claiming at the, it's not that I don't drink or I don't get drunk. I would say I got the angry stream a month or two back where the lady told me I should have had my dog put down. I went straight to brandy there, didn't I? Karen had dropped off, I think Karen had dropped off brandy. I can't think where else it would have come from if it wasn't Karen or family, your group. Yeah, I was angry that day. I don't know that I was drunk, but I was fucking furious. There has been one where there was one where I spent the first 3 hours just drinking beer, and then I opened a bottle of wine, and then I fell out with someone halfway through it. Not because of the beer, but we fell out on a topic. Heated debate, not fallout. We still talk, we're still friends. But we had a heated debate while I was on the wine, after I'd been on the beer. That one got a bit heated. Still, I'm not sure I was drunk. Maybe. You tell me, folks. If ever you see me and think I'm drunk, tell me. I promise to ban you straight away. Kidding. I just bought a power pack for the car. It's amazing. Oh, the jump start thing. The fact that you can buy something that's the same size as a power bank nowadays and you can jump start a car with it. It's phenomenal. Can you leave Portugal when you're ready to, in order to avoid Spanish authorities? No, is the answer to that. Because Schengen. You can leave one. I could leave here and go to France, and that's fine. I just walk over the border, or we just, But once you leave France, headed for the UK, you hit the computers. Once you're leaving Schengen, Gibraltar, the same. Could you go to Gibraltar and leave? I often get asked. Now, Gibraltar's a strange one because Gibraltar's not within Schengen, technically, because it's British. But they don't do the border control as you leave Spain going into Gibraltar, because most people are just day tripping backwards and forwards. So Gibraltar have agreed to do the Schengen checks as you leave Gibraltar. So if you leave Gibraltar or anywhere else headed for the UK, then they run the checks, and any police activity or court warrants or whatever you might be either hiding from or unaware of is my typical problem. This is what happened to me at Alicante. I didn't know that I'd missed. They never gave me a court date, and they accept they never gave me a court date. But obviously, I missed the court, and then I tried to leave. I tried to leave the country, not because I knew I'd missed a court date. I just, in the normal course of events, was trying to leave the country. At the beginning of being homeless, a friend was helping me. The lady that died that I was talking about earlier. And it's at Alicante Airport. I get stopped and arrested and forced marched through the airport in handcuffs, but having to carry my bags and belongings. Trying to embarrass and show you up is what they did. Yeah. So no, you just leaving one country doesn't get you out of it. It's when you leave Schengen that the border control gets you. Ask me how I know. No, don't ask me how I know. Everyone is leaving the UK. Why would you want to come back? Yeah, it's a good question. You've asked it a few times, Karen. And the answer really is just to normalise things initially, to get access to my bank money, my bank account. It's not a lot of money. It's 6 or 7 grand. But it's 6 or 7 grand that I haven't got access to, and I've lived in a field for 3 years. Get that, maybe find out what's going on with family. Would I be allowed to leave the UK afterwards? Because I'm here illegally. I've overstayed whatever visa was technically granted at Brexit. Because I've overstayed that visa by so long, would I be banned from Spain? Would I be banned from the whole of Schengen? When you go to other countries and they ask, have you got a criminal record? Would they let me in? Australia and Canada in particular, America, if you've got any kind of criminal record, you struggle to get allowed into these countries. So can I go anywhere else? If I'm banned from the whole of Schengen, where else is there? And can I get in? What am I going to do to get life on track and get money, get income to start life back again? All of these questions. This is why I have to get back to the UK, just as a base, just to form a starting point to start answering some of the more problematic questions. Everybody's like, I wonder if he'd recognise his own country again. Abdulistan. I don't know. It appears from what I see that so I lived in London, which was very mixed. I lived in Tooting, which on market days, which was 2 or 3 times a week, was very interracial. You could play Spot the White Man. You could walk down the road and you couldn't see another white person for 5 or 10 minutes at a time. So I'm not entirely unused to the fact that multiculturalism and other groups. That's London. And I worked in Manchester. Normal everyday towns and villages. We had Chinese communities, we had Asian communities, the Indian shops, or as we used to call back in the day, the Paki shops. The Chinkies, the Chinese takeaway, Chinese restaurants, the Indian restaurants, and the Pakistani shops. They existed, but it was like the first Pakistani family in the village would open the shop. You didn't have half the village being Southeast Asian of whatever flavour, Indian, Pakistani, Bangladesh. You didn't have half the village being that, or whole swathes. You didn't have gangs of aggressive men hanging around schools or whatever it is that I read about now. You had one or two, and they had to integrate and mix in because they had nobody else to talk to. But if half the village are them and they want to keep on their own and they start shunning you, I don't know, folks. And I don't want to get off too political here, but yeah. I saw the other day that many British are quitting Spain. I think I have noticed the same phenomena. I know some people that had working visas over here, or they're not called that, but there's a name. People who were over here on a 5-year commercial visa, I think might be the term. After 4 years, start getting pressure to leave the country. Pressure from the Spanish government. They weren't contacting them saying it's time to start thinking about renewing your application. They were saying it's time to start thinking about leaving. A lot of British bars that were British, are now Scandinavian or Eastern European. It seems to be a thing. I can't remember the one. There was one that was Irish, and this is the thing. Irish haven't left. They've not even left. But a bar that was Irish didn't become Scandinavian. It became like Bulgarian or somewhere over that way. One of the Balkan kind of somewhere Eastern European. I've got a restaurant down the road that's been through 3 or 4 different names in the last 3 or 4 years, and is now very much. It's not Srebrenica. It's Croatian or Serbian. It's one of those when they were in the civil war. It's one of the towns or cities that was getting bombed. It's one where the cannonballs was hitting the big bricks, the big rocks, the fortifications. Anyway, I can't remember the name, but it's Eastern European. That's a growing thing. Ukrainian and Russian are the two. English used to be the after Spanish, obviously. The Spanish are the dominant culture, but of the foreigners, English used to be next. Used to be the biggest. We fell to third in 1 year. Ukrainian and Russians both became bigger communities. I don't know the word is. Bigger contingents in one go. Russian and Ukrainian separately. And you'd think that would lead to trouble. You'd think that with what's going on back there, but no. The Ukrainians that are here have fled to avoid war. The Russians that are here have fled to avoid being conscripted into a war. So they're not against it. It's not like they're battling in the street. I mean, I'm sure it's happened, but that's not what it is. So yeah, the English. There are a few bars that were British that now aren't. The few bars that weren't British but were aimed at British now don't. As the British bloke I know, who, oh God, we were known as the 3Ds way back. I can't even say because of the Delta thing, but Delta, Dave was one bloke, and then there was this bloke who was Drew. He's now Andrew, or Andy, but he was Drew back then. We were 3Ds. He runs a bar next to Tweety's, and he aims it more at the Scandinavian audience, Scandinavian quizzes and things. Used to be, I think it's still called Hot Ice. Is it? I think so. And he's changed the focus from Brits to Scandies. So yeah, a lot of Brits. I don't know whether it's still a bigger Outflux, is that even a word? Influx, outpouring. I don't know. It must be right if YouTube said. Some people are leaving Britain, so yeah, I mean, it's not so many more than usual. Probably balancing out, but it's who's leaving and who's arriving. White flight, as it's becoming known. Everything on the internet is true. You're better off than a lot of people in my street, says Terry. I hope not. Well, that would be a bad sign, wouldn't it? I'm scrolling. The people who are better off are the ones that don't work. Oh, that's an interesting assertion. But I could see it. What do I say here? There's a period of my life when I was 21, 22, after I worked in London, I thought I had a job lined up in Wolverhampton, an area called the Scotlands. Anyone who knows Wolverhampton will know the Scotlands. The Scotlands is well, there's Low Hill and there's the Scotlands. I was staying with people on Low Hill, but the Scotlands was just around the corner, and it's infamous. That's the estate where nobody works. People grow up and they hear, or there's these like barrack room lawyers, these people who know the benefit system inside out and can tell you how to manipulate it. When you're called in for an interview, what words to say and how to say them, and don't walk in and say it straight away. Wait until halfway through the interview and then just talk about Mary down the road and how this, but in your situation, boom, and then you drop the key words. And they would teach each other. There were whole generations that had never worked, and their whole families, granddad, dad, and kids, or teenage, 20 somethings. None of them have ever worked. None of them have got any intention of working. And they know the benefit system inside out. And when you ask the youngsters, what do you want to do when you grow up? They look at you like, what do you even mean? What even is that? And you're like, well, do you want to be an astronaut or a train driver or a... No, I want to get the council house next door to my mum. That's the aspiration. The aspiration is to get the council house that they think might be coming free soon down the road. When old Mrs. Herbert, 4 doors down, dies, I want her. What do you want to do when you grow up? I'm waiting for her to pop a clog so I can have a council house. Fascinating. So there's some truth to what Karen says about the ones. I'll go back. No, I won't go back further. This is more. This was a couple of years more recent than that. Me and my wife were trying to set up a youth club. Well, we were trying to set up an organisation to organise a youth club. And we were going around talking to kids and talking to parents with kids present. And same kind of thing about what do you want to do when you grow up, get that council house. This was back 1992, 3. Sky TV was just becoming a big thing. 2 groups of people had Sky TV, satellite television at this point. The very wealthy had it because they could afford it. And the very poor had it because benefits were paying for it. It was magic money. It didn't involve any... People who had to work for a living and save up to get satellite, to pay like your 30 quid a month or whatever it would have been at the time. They couldn't afford it. Your working man couldn't afford satellite TV. You had to be upper middle class or on benefits. And we were really struck. We couldn't afford. We couldn't have even begun to have afforded, not just Sky TV, but big TVs. This is before flat panels. Flat panels didn't really start until 2000 or thereabouts. With any kind of market penetration anyway. But these guys had the biggest TVs we'd ever seen, and satellite TV, because they were at home all day, so entertainment was a bigger part of their life. We were working and couldn't begin to afford this shit. So yeah, there's some truth to what Karen says there. I'm not wholehearted. I do believe in a welfare state. I also do believe that the welfare state can be abused. Can be abused. And whether there are organised cliques, organised groups working out what to say to rig the system, that should be looked into. Josie says, yes, Karen, the same in Holland, but we can go live in Spain, and that's the difference. Karen says, I'm trapped in this country. They only let you leave for 90 days. 90 days out of each 180. So you can spend 180 days here if you time it all right. But, yeah. From Holland can go and live there. I mean, Karen can do... People can apply for visas as a non-EU country and come across. But yeah, if you are an EU citizen, then you don't have to worry about those rules. Those rules don't apply. You can just move where you want, when you want. You have to do the whole residencia and tax thing, NIE or TIE as appropriate. Let them eat cake in Dubai. Let them eat cake. Marie Antoinette. Apocryphal, probably never said. But yeah, the whole Dubai. Dubai's a dry country. I couldn't survive there. I don't mean the arid desert either. Cheers. Dubai's a city, not a country. Now I sound like an uneducated Yank. United Arab Emirates, isn't it, I think? But yeah, you know what I mean. I didn't mean to be... I wasn't like Europe is a country. I wasn't doing all that. Name a country other than the USA. Most Americans can't name 3 countries. University students can't name 3 countries other than the US. You see them on videos all the time. Africa, Europe. They don't know what country's north of them or south of them. Your Canada and Mexico type stuff. Your average American can't name them. Then you have the tax evaders, avoiders that you rarely hear or read about. This is the white collar crime, even amongst like the Brits or the whoever. Yeah, the natives. The rich don't pay their fair share, which is a big part of why the system breaks down. Businesses don't pay their share. They would rather employ 1,000 accountants to work out ways to avoid, rather than just say, hey, you know what, we're in this country, let's pay our share. Working men, it's not an honor. They find it. I've heard people stating, I pay my taxes, I do, kind of, you know, it's they're not seeking to avoid them. I mean, they'd rather they were less, but they're not seeking to avoid them. Most people aren't. You get the guys that are cash in hand, don't put in the books, that kind of stuff. But it's not a big organized thing, and now we're surrounded by all of these Turkish barbers that never get any customers, that are putting hundreds of thousands through the books. They're happily paying their taxes because that's how you launder money. You claim that you've received 100,000 this week in haircut money. You pay the tax on it, and now that money's legit and legal. Anyway. Where am I? All the wealthy people are leaving. We're not wealthy, else we'd be there 3 years ago. Cake in Dubai, yeah, okay. Then you have the generational tax evaders, or the inheritance tax stuff that you rarely hear read about. People with lots of land that claim it's a farm to get discounts on inheritance tax. And then the government reduces inheritance tax, but that hits the actual real farmers. Difficult one. I don't know where to go with that. I don't know what the solution is. I know a lot of people. I know some farmers. What they found as they reached retirement, they didn't have family that wanted to get involved. They saw what a strain it was for the last generation to keep doing the farming thing for little or no reward, with supermarkets and wholesalers applying pressure to force prices down all the time. Wasn't it? It's not long ago you could buy a whole sheep for like 25 pence. And now it's like fucking 25 quid a kilogram. I mean, farmers were literally selling sheep for pennies for a whole sheep. Not pence per kilogram or pence per pound. There's a growing movement amongst farmers to sell direct to the public. Farmers markets and farmers shops and all of that. And I'm fully behind that. If you can buy your potatoes for 25 pence a kilogram, direct from the farmer, and he feels he's getting more from that than he does by selling it to the supermarkets, then that's got to be a good thing, isn't it? You're getting it cheap, he's getting more than he was before. It's win-win. It's not washed and bagged and supermarket, you know what I mean? You're getting the ugly ones as well. You're getting the ones with the funny shapes and with a bit of mud stuck on them and all, but that's factored into the price. And potatoes with the dirt on them last longer. And they're not in plastic bags, so they're not going off after 3 weeks. You know, they will last if you store them right. You can put them in the shed and keep them for a year, almost. So yeah, all of that. Josie, have pensions, people. Okay, yeah. You've worked for it, you've saved it all your lives, and once you get your pension, then you can move. Yeah. Karen's off. That was at 34. Okay, that's only a couple of minutes ago. I'm not too far behind. Working tomorrow, so good night, everyone. Good night, Karen, and thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being here. There's an old beach in Dubai, part of Wayne Lineker's empire? Who's Wayne Lineker? I know a Gary Lineker. Is this a brother, a family member, or what? I don't know what an old beach would be. Old beach. Is that called selling your country? There's so much selling your country out going on at the minute from what I can... I'm at a distance. I'm only reading certain things. I don't like the fact that the majority of people in Britain seem to want one thing, but that both main political parties, both the government and the opposition, seem to be on a different side from the people. If one was one side and one was the other, and then, okay, that's the vote, that's the way it's been decided. That's democracy. Greek for mob rule, if you ask me, but not technically true, but where the only options presented to the people aren't in line with the people. You're not getting to choose A or B. The people want A, both political parties want B. How does that happen? That's what appears to me to be happening. And what I find quite frightening, the way that the media align with the government, and when other people, the apparently fringe parties that are supported by the masses, get labelled far right. You never hear Tommy Robinson's name, you never read Tommy Robinson's name in the newspaper without them mentioning his real name, Stephen Yaxley Lennon or whatever it is. They make a big deal. There's something sus here, this guy's changed his name. They never mention that the leaders of some of the other parties have done the same. I guarantee Tony Blair's full name wasn't Tony Blair. And obviously there's Anthony, but there'll have been 3 or 4 other middle names that just never got mentioned. Because that's how posh knobs are. They're never happy with just 2 or 3 names. They have to have 5. Watch a cricket match. Watch a cricket match and see people's names. David Gower wasn't David Gower. There would have been 3 or 4 fucking other initials in the middle. So why do they make this big deal about Tommy Robinson not being his real name when the leader of the Green Party is operating under a false name in the same way, but never gets mentioned? Do you think David Cameron didn't have any other names? Why is it a big deal? Why is the press taking a deliberate line to try and smear certain angles and avenues? I fear when government, police, judiciary and press and other big business align on one narrative, one line of thinking. That's dangerous. There are words for it. Usually associated with far right, but the far right part is like one element of a definition that included 8 or 9 things. If those 8 or 9 things are there, but it's not right wing, isn't it still I don't know, folks. It's Sunday, I must work too. It'll be Monday by now, won't it? In most of Europe. You gotta go too. Bye, Josie. There is no opposition, Mike. This is the beginning of the reset all conspiracy. David Gower rarely wafted outside his off stump. Apart from the cricket literality there, is that I got a feeling there's some hidden meaning in there as well. I don't know. I'm not the greatest cricket fan, but I did like the Botham days. But that series where we were losing and came back and won because Beefy Botham. There is no options, Mike. This is the beginning of the reset all conspiracy theories. They're true. It's happening in my life, and I'm witnessing to you. It's surprising how many conspiracy theories are transpiring to be true within such a short time. I mean, I had a big rant on the COVID thing the other day. I am not a plandemic person. The whole WHO thing, I'm not a big believer in a big planned conspiracy. But things were wrong, things were mishandled, science was abused, a lot of the conspiracy theories there are true. The exemptions from being sued, the lack of testing, the faked testing, all of that. Plandemic, WHO, WEF, let's all eat bugs, you will own nothing, be happy. I'm not the biggest believer. They have said some of those things, but I'm not the biggest believer in the globe. What's the replacement theory? Ship the Asians in, they outbreed us, we leave, get replaced, cheap workers for the big business. I don't think it's that. I think that's happening, and you can describe what's happening in those terms. I don't think it's a planned thing. So I'm not the biggest conspiracy theorist ever. I consider myself a conspiracy analyst. I will look at a conspiracy theory, and a lot of them carry a lot of weight. And as time goes by, that increases on quite a few of them. Is it the end? Is it planned? Is it? I don't know. I don't know. England got stuffed again yesterday in the. Like I said, not the biggest follower. I couldn't even name a cricket player at the minute. The last time I looked at cricket, Martin Moxon played for Yorkshire. I think both of them had retired. Mike Gatting possibly was still playing because he carried on quite a while. Um, Chris Broad, he was in the England team, and then didn't his son go in and have a good career? I got no clue. I think it's Chris Broad, and then somebody else Broad came along, and was one of the best opening partnerships ever with anybody ever. I'd. That's about it. That's my knowledge of cricket. I stood behind the big wickets once as a kid and got smacked in the gob by a cricket bat. Which, if you'd already seen my face beforehand, because I had cherubism with the big lumps and big over swollen cheeks, then getting whacked in the face by a cricket bat, it's kind of fun. It wasn't funny at the time, almost knocked me out. But yeah, but that's about it. That's about my knowledge of cricket. Apart from googlies, not googlies, googlies. Yeah, don't know, folks. If where are we? We're coming up on it's 4 hours 45, which makes it about 2:45. Yeah, 2:47. We've lost a minute or so because of disconnections, reconnecting. I'll tell you now that if I'm carrying on, I am going to have to go and go to the little boys' room. Robin Smith. Robin Smith doesn't ring a bell. Is this a cricketer? I don't know who that is. No offence to the gentleman involved. Robin Smith. Who was the guy in the Labour Party that was a Robin? There was a Robin, wasn't there? Okay, folks, give me a second. I'm going to put that there. I am going to hit the mute button because I don't want you listening. It's not that far away. 2 minutes, maybe 3. Okay, folks, I'm nearly back with you. Just got to get back into bed properly. It's cold out there. It's cold. It's probably not as cold as it feels, but I'm a little bit gay nowadays. Let's have a look. Where are you at, babe? You're at the bottom of the bed. Okay. This cover should be here with me. I can't work out the angles. Where's... Oh, there's the edge. Okay. Okay. Fuck. I have to shuffle off the bed. I can't get out and walk around. I have to bum shuffle down to the bottom. Take half the covers with me. Kind of squash my dog because I forgot. I thought she was up here still. I forgot she was down that end. So I'm pressing down to try and get off the bed, and I've got my hand on her back. Sorry, babe. Daddy didn't mean it. Oh, where are we, folks? Where are we? Apparently, the EcoFlow can carry on at this rate for another 19 hours. It's on 51%. 7 watts coming out between various devices that are fully charged and lights that are taking a constant drain. We're managing. We're managing. Turn a little bit that way. Got my snood still. I would be cold if I'd not put that on. I had pulled my jumper out at some point. The jumper was here and now it's lost in the bed somewhere. I didn't put it back over here, did I? I did. Did I? No, I did not. So that's lost in the bed. I don't know how I do this. I could regale you with tales of things lost in bed, like jacket potatoes and things. I once lost a light for 2 weeks, 3 weeks in bed. There are other things. Norman Tebbett's cricket test. I thought Norman Tebbett's, I thought he was off by a generation. Let me explain. If I moved to Spain permanently and then Spain played England, who am I supporting? I'm English at heart. I will always support England. And I've got no problem with Indians or Pakistanis. The first generation, the guys that moved there, supporting the country they come from. Their kids should be more on an England footing, with a hankering or with a support for Pakistan, you know, with a support for their father's home country as a secondary. So they're thinking, oh, if Pakistan play India, they're going to support Pakistan. If I had kids here, I would expect them to grow up Spanish and support Spain. Against England, certainly. But when the English are playing the Scottish or something, my kids might think, oh, my dad's English, I'll be an England fan. You know, that expecting people to give up on the country that they themselves came from, that's a stretch. But by the time you get into that second and third generation, you'd expect them to be England fans. The fact that they're not, and that they're living in an enclave where half the women don't even speak English, where they're told how to vote by their husbands, who are told how to vote by the imam. And this is how they penetrate politics so readily. They put forward a candidate, and then they all en masse vote for that candidate because they've been told to by the imam, who's taking orders from God knows where, or Allah knows where, if you will. So yeah, the cricket test, I thought the cricket test as stated was incorrect, was unfair. You can't expect an Englishman goes and lives in Scotland and has kids. You expect the Englishman to be supporting Scotland in England v Scotland matches? That's a stretch. But his kids who grow up Scottish, I'd expect them to support Scotland. Again, hey, my dad's English, so I'll partially support. I'll support England when they're against anybody else except Scotland. That would be my reading of it. I would Tommy was obvious. Tommy actually Biscuit Barrel. He'd support England. I've got no idea whether he's a football guy or a cricket guy or whatever, rugby. I've no idea. I've watched interviews and documentaries of him, and I find him persuasive. I can see that as a youngster he was loutish. That's almost a clever word, being from Luton. But things happened to his family and family members that pushed him in a direction. And the way that the state, the way that the machinery of government, police, judiciary, I'll add media as an arm of government, because they're certainly lining up in line with them. Lining up in line, that's a tautology. They're lining up with them. Something's wrong. In my humble opinion, something's wrong at the heart of government and at the heart of the machinery of government. The government aren't representing the people. They're not implementing what the people tell them they want. They're telling the people what they should want. And they're being aided by the BBC and by other media in pushing ideologies and narratives. Somebody gets stabbed in London, a stabbing spree. Don't speculate. Don't speculate about the identity of the individual. He's not white, is he? If they run out and tell you straight away, oh no, this is a white Englishman, or it's a Welsh choir boy. They push a line and they maintain it, and they're working together to do it. People that said bad words and got locked up for 3 years. Badly advised. Plead guilty and you'll get a lesser sentence. And they get a more harsh sentence than anybody's ever got, ever, for what they were arrested for. Where was this? This wasn't Britain, this might have been Germany. Lady gets raped. And in the media it says what a pig the rapist was. She gets a harsher sentence than the rapist. For words. He's done physical damage, physical assault, sexual assault, rape. She calls him a name. And she gets a stronger sentence than him. This is partly what worries me, is that we've got crap happening in Britain, but really what worries me is it's happening across Western society, like it's been planned, like it's been coordinated. I said earlier that it's, if there was an alien invasion being planned, this is what you would see. The destabilization of cultures. Together with the reduced birth rates and all the rest of it. It makes you wonder, is there an invasion? Is that farmer heading off? Good night, mate. Thank you for being here. I guess we're coming up on, what do you think, guys? When we hit the 5-hour mark, do I draw a line under it? My counter here showing 4:59 and an itsy bitsy few seconds. We might draw a line under it here. It's 14. Is that 14 people still here or 11? I can't read that. I've got white writing with a white overlay over it. Tina, where's it, babe? Is there somebody there? Hold on. I don't hear anything. Tina. quiet. That's just the wind. I hope. Tina! Quiet, girl. Quiet, quiet. I'm talking to the peoples. You can't be barking like that. You're still not sure? I think it's just the wind, babe. I hope it's just the wind. That was the 5-hour mark that just flew past. What do you think, guys? There's 13 people here. Do we carry on? If you talk to me, if there are questions, if we can keep the conversation going, if you all stop lurking and come and actually join in and chat, maybe we can do another hour. I'm not opposed to the idea, and I am fairly awake. I don't seem to have a drink. How did that happen? I can't talk forever with no lubrication, folks. I do actually still have some vodka. Not the caramel vodka, but just the normal vodka from a couple of weeks ago when Karen left. Is it a couple of weeks? It might only be one. Is there something in here? No, I'm fairly certain it's the fabric of the tent rippling in the wind. Wait. Cheers, folks. We just hit 5 hours. That's not bad going. For a guy who didn't know what he was going to talk about all night. Let's have a look. That was Farmer leaving. Steve asks, who has been manufacturing, selling all the arms, causing the mass displacements? That's an interesting question. You see, a lot of it hasn't been manufacturing. In Europe, you can pass on your old stuff and claim the money back for a new equivalent. The way the system was set up in the EU, a lot of those countries, so you send an old tank that's like fucking 30 years old, and you claim back, oh, to replace that, we'll need a brand new M1 fucking A. I don't know tank names, okay? But you send your old shit, you claim back the money for new shit. And that's robbing from the taxpayers. But that's the gravy train. So a lot of, it's not arms manufacturing to send abroad. You send the old shit abroad, it's arms manufacturing to resupply yourself. A lot of European countries were caught fiddling that system. Some of the tanks they sent weren't operational. They had to work on them for 6 months to get them ready to send. What does that tell you? You've got a standing army and your tanks need 6 months to prepare for war. The fuck? But yeah, a lot of mass displacement. The thing is, we go back to this. Okay, there's mass displacement. There's war in your country, whether it's civil war or war with neighbours or whatever. So you flee. And you flee to the nearest safe place. These cunts are travelling 8,000 miles. A third of the way around the world. To come to whichever European country they prefer. But Britain seems to be a high target. But Germany was a few years ago. They were all headed for Germany. I guess it depends what languages you got. If you've got either a semblance of English or you think you can learn it, you'll head to England. But why are you not just going to the country next door? And if you're leaving a Muslim country, why are the other Muslim countries not taking you in? Saudi Arabia won't have any truck with any of them because they know that most of them are extremists. They don't want them. Saudi Arabia, on the whole, has good relations with the West. On the whole. We won't mention Osama bin Laden. But I just did. I think I got away with it. I mentioned him once. I think I got away with it. Where's Joan Sanderson when you need her? Where am I? Yeah, I'm not gonna get off. I don't want to go too deep on politics shit, but yeah. Yeah, the arms suppliers and governments, people within government and within the civil service that are just looking to channel money. There'll be kickbacks, won't there? There'll be people in civil service and in government who are lining up arms deals because they're getting a kickback. It's a way of taking, I've said this before about government, the purpose of government is to take money out of your pocket and put it into the pocket of big business. It's their only purpose. They will crouch it in all sorts of, it's defense, we're looking after the country, we're looking after the people, we're doing what's best for you. You're taking money out of my pocket and you're giving it to big business. I'm not there, so it's not my pocket at the minute, this time around. But for the last 30 odd years, since I've been an adult, it was. Israel was one of the nearest safe places to Syria. Okay. Yeah. The whole Muslim Jew thing, or Arab Jew. Is it Arab or is it a Muslim? Is it a Muslim problem or is it an Arab problem? I don't know. There's that as well. Yeah. China and Russia are arms suppliers. Yeah, I mean that's another side of the equation. China has been massively pushing its influence throughout previously unstable parts of the world. Well, currently unstable parts of the world. Russia are not the force they used to be. Russia are embarrassed by the fact that they can't win in whatever that place next door is called. That's got the capital Kiev. Brain, wait, what's the word? The guy that used to be the comedy actor, he played president in a comedy on TV, so they made him president. What's the country called? With Kievs. Chicken Kievs. Ukraine. Fuck. I got there, but I don't know how I got there. Let me scroll. The chat's faded out. I'll have to scroll. Yeah, so yeah, the whole Chinese Russia influence throughout the world. There's a big theory that Chinese population's dropping as well, though, isn't there? India's going to be the major influence by the end of this century. It's all India. Maybe. There's a conspiracy theory. I've talked about this. I don't know, some of you guys are new here. There's a conspiracy theory. Well, there's a theory, some say it's a conspiracy, that China's population is a fraction of what they say it is. Their population numbers have always been estimates. And when certain building projects have gone off now to build dams out in the countryside, and you're gonna flood a valley and turn it into a reservoir, and so you compensate everybody, every family that lives there, right? So everyone who lives in that valley has to move, and they're going to be compensated. They're getting a small fraction of the estimated population turning up for the compensation. So either these people are really wealthy and don't need the compensation, or there aren't that many of these people. And I've heard figures putting it as about a quarter of what they thought it was. So instead of 1.3 billion, there might only be 300 or 400 million. And this wasn't like some wackadoo that said this. This was a proper established scientific figure, some professor from some proper real university. That could be interesting. Imagine if China's influence is actually all just smoke and mirrors. What would that mean for the world in the coming century? The rest of this century? Don't know. If Europe stepped in, Russia would be screwed, but then Putin would use nukes. This is the danger. Having said that, have they maintained their nukes? They were in a lot after the Iron Curtain came down, the Berlin Wall and all the rest of the USSR kind of crumbled. There was suddenly, apparently, a lot of places needing, I'm going to say American, but needing Western engineers to help stabilize some situations. Some nuclear power plants and some nuclear missile bases. Things weren't secure. Without the threat of Russian intervention, terrorists could have got hold of nukes, and things weren't secure from a logistical, from an actual security point of view, but also just the scientific, the nuclear materials point of view. Russia probably did manufacture a lot of missiles at one point. Has Russia maintained them in any significant numbers? And even the ones that are maintained, what's the state of readiness? Is it just push button and launch? Or is it 6 months of re-engineering, like with the tanks that some countries are sending to Ukraine? I don't know. Who knows? And how would you find out? Short of pushing on in there with an army and hoping no one pushes a button, or hoping that if you push a button it doesn't work, it misfires, or I don't know, folks. It's worrying times in a lot of ways. I mean, things are more unstable now in a global perspective than they have been since what, the 70s or 80s. Since the SALT talks, the Strategic Arms Limitation talks. I think was it Carter, and certainly Reagan and Gorbachev brought a lot of peace and stability. But there's a lot of wars in a lot of places with a lot of potential tipping points. I'm glad the whole Israel-Palestine thing is, the ceasefire seems to be holding. It looks like it's what were they thinking? Talk about poking the dragon. I got no idea. I mean, the Palestinians, they almost brought around their own eradication. For what? A small incursion that lasts an afternoon and where you rape a few women on the way in. I don't mean to minimize the horror that is rape. I'm talking about in a country and global perspectives, your soldiers getting their end away. It's not a big achievement, is it? And to get blasted back to the Stone Age for your troubles. And I'm not going to pick sides, but I would say that if you start a fight, it's on you then, isn't it? I mean, I'm not picking sides in the overall Arab Jew fucking, 3,000-year-old war. But if you start it and then you get hammered, what did you expect? I haven't got any much more to add to that. In terms of a conversation, it doesn't go anywhere. My feelings is you start a fight and then get hammered. If you get attacked and then get hammered, you weren't the aggressor. You were the defender, and you get. My sympathies are with you. But if you initiate and then get eradicated, that's just fucking war. War is shit. You don't want to go there. That's why people generally don't have wars. You learn that by having wars. Maybe now they've learnt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. But in most civilized places, you don't start wars if you don't have to. Because you've learnt from the previous war that war is hell. Babies get killed, women get killed, pregnant people get killed, men get blown to shit. Rapes happen and other tortures and other violence. This is why we don't have wars. This is why we don't want to have wars. To start one on a peaceful afternoon by sending paragliders or whatever over a music festival and invading the next town over. What did you achieve? What were you hoping to achieve? What was the goal? You didn't think they'd respond. You thought you could just come in, rape a few women, shoot up some kids and bomb a pop concert and just, ha, got you. You didn't think the other side were going to do anything. I don't know. I don't understand the mentality. I don't know what anybody was thinking. I don't know how it managed to coincide with the Israeli defense system being so lax on that particular day. You got to think it was always lax and always open to invasion. Either that or there was a coordinated fifth column inside making it be open to attack at that point. Don't know. You wouldn't expect the Israelis to have been infiltrated and what's the word I'm looking for? Infiltrated and taken advantage of to have their defences wide open like that. You wouldn't expect that. They got one of the best security forces and intelligence services in the world, right up there alongside the big boys. I don't include the CIA as well. Then again, the Brits security services are entirely fallible. Look at the 50s, 60s, 70s, entirely infiltrated by Russian pufters and Russian agents, Russian infiltrated, that whole Anthony Blunt, that whole Christ. One of them was the Queen's art maintainer or whatever. I think that was Anthony Blunt, yeah? That's infiltration. We got fucked up the arse there. So I'm not claiming that we're immune from any of this. If Europe stepped in, Russia would be screwed, but then Putin would nukes. Yeah. Is that the latest comment? Let me do top chat and then live chat just to make sure that sometimes chat freezes. No, I am up to date. Okay, the numbers are... I'm going to hang up on 5.5 hours, another 11 minutes or so. Numbers are falling, and it is getting late. Let's face it. What is it? Nearly it will be 3:30 by the time we draw it to a close. 3:30 Central European Time, 2:30 UK, 9:30 Eastern US and Canada. Oh, it is noticeable how much quicker the cans get drunk as time goes on. 3 hours for the first one, best part 2 hours for the second, And I'm halfway through this one in about a quarter of an hour. So yeah, I did. I don't know if you noticed it. I hadn't really looked. I did this blind. After I trimmed the beard with the hedge trimmers the other week, it is 2 or 3 weeks ago now, I left these bushy kind of sideburn things going on. And the other day I did just grab them. I grabbed them, I used these fingers, and then I grabbed what was left, and then I cut. And I'd never looked. I did it blind. There's no, I don't own a mirror. I could have done it with the camera and the phone, but you know, I just did it. I just grabbed them. They don't look too bad. They kind of fit in as it goes. I could do actually. I'm considering running the hedge trimmers over again and taking this right down to the bone. Take it off. Just leave a goatee, or is it a goatee or is it a Van Dyke? We can have that discussion. One has the tash, one doesn't. I think they're basically the same on the beard, but one has the moustache, one doesn't. Never know. No idea. I could look it up, couldn't I? I need to fill the next 10 minutes. We need to fill the next 10 minutes. Goatee versus, what did I say, Van Dyke. Whoa. That was the tennis racket of death doing its first thing of the night. Killing a fly of some description. But no, not Virgil van Dijk. Van Dyke versus goatee. First answer, first question. What? I'm looking at lots. What are we doing? There's a picture there. Goatee has the beard and no tash. Van Dyke has the same little beard and the moustache, and they're joined together. The handlebars come down and join the beard. And then you've got a bunch of other ones. Manchu, is that not racist? Can you say that? I am the great one for not having police speech, but when you just go outright racist. Handlebar, something chin puff, and it won't. There's an overlay over it that moves with the picture, so I can't. It ends with a D, whatever the first word is. Handlebar and chin puff, maybe? Chin puff. Can you say puff? Mutton chops, yeah, it comes all the way down on the side. Friendly mutton chops all the way down on the side, and the beard, but no, and the moustache, but no hair on the actual chin. Balbo. Don't know, but that's not a word I'm familiar with. So now you know, folks. Again, hit that like button if you learned something today. Goatee, no moustache, just the beard. Van Dyke, tash and goatee, tash and the chin. Fu Manchu. I thought that's called the truck driver, where it's just a tash, but then it comes right down. Doesn't fill in the middle, but you just run the tash right down to the bottom. They've got that as Fu Manchu. I thought it was called the truck driver. Hit that like button if you learned something today. Let's have a look. No more comments. You see, you've all dried up on me. I've now got to wing it. This is the stress of being a homeless tramp on the internet. I now have to fill 7 minutes somehow, talking to 10 people who aren't talking back. I bet some of you just done this as like a charity case. You put it on in the background and then left the room. You're in a different room watching TV while I sit here and talk to myself. I thought we had 20 thumbs ups before. Now we've only got 19. Somebody has unthumbed up. Somebody decided they disliked me after watching me for an hour or two. Okay, I'm not offended. Much. 20 is one of those hallmarks. That's not the right word. What's the word I'm looking for? Benchmarks, I guess. One of those targets that you want to hit when you're streaming live. 20 gets you, supposedly, more notifications go out from YouTube. I don't know how accurate some of these YouTubery wives' tales are. Some of them sound like superstition. Hop 3 times on your left leg while rubbing your right buttock and more notifications will go out. You have to try it. It works. What's that called? When you think of something, you're supposed to think of it really hard and make it happen. It's all woo-woo. It's done by people who are into crystals and other such scientifically reliable. You manifest things, and they'll tell you stories. There was this guy. He wanted to be a musician. He wanted to write songs, and he'd always wanted to meet his idol, and then he's walking down the street one day, and whoa, there's this guy, and now this guy's a top. He writes the top tunes. What's the word I'm looking for? I've lost it. But anyway, and it's like, probably helps if you live in the same fucking city as the guy that you're wanting to meet. If you live in Darfield, the back end of nowhere beyond Barnsley in South Yorkshire, and you want to meet, I don't know, John Williams, the guy who did Star Wars music and Superman and all that. You live in Barnsley or in a village outside of Barnsley. It doesn't matter how much you fucking manifest that shit. You're not going to bump into him on Barnsley Road in Darfield. It's not going to happen. Manifest it. Make it happen. Think it's... Don't. Just get real. You want to meet him, go to one of his concerts or orchestras or what. Go, put yourself in his way. Put yourself in his path. Manifesting it by willing. You look like William's Wish Wellingtons, kids' cartoon where this kid wished for things, and we always used to joke he looked like he was shitting in his nappy, in his diaper. William's Wish Wellingtons. And Jamie and his magic ball. You can't just wish things into fucking happening, folks. Maybe not. I don't know, how did I get here? I've got no idea what I was talking about. Steve is allowed to say this guy doesn't finish his sentences. I may finish the sentences, but I don't finish my thoughts always. Cheers, folks. People are starting to drop out. There's only 3 minutes to go. Stick with me to the bitter end. Come on. Don't bitch out on me now. $5.5 hours for your delight and delectation. Did anybody donate? I don't think anybody donated. It's okay. There's no pressure. I silence it on the phone because it vibrates the whole phone. No, that can't be today. You've not done that again. He's gone as well, hasn't he? I didn't know that had happened. That's too much and too often. Unless this is just from the other day. I think that's from now. Avert your eyes. I'm typing in my pin. Is that now? Today? It was 8th, yeah? Oh, that's... I'm going to have to have words. I did get a donation, folks. I have been paid for my troubles today, but by a guy who's already paid recently. I'm always wary of getting too much from one individual. I think you left, didn't you? You did. I'm fairly sure. I haven't seen him in ages. Okay, folks, we are on 5 hours 29 minutes right now. That means we've got 1 minute until the 5.5 hour mark. Timings will be off because we've had some disconnects. I don't know whether my timestamp will be the actual length of the video or whether this is time from when I started and it will lose maybe a minute because of YouTube processing and the fact that we had those those disconnections, those reconnections. I hope whenever I see that it says reconnecting, I try and recap what I just said in the last minute, just so people can catch. I don't want to leave a void in the middle of the stream where I said something then, you didn't hear it, and now I'm talking about just carrying on with the same topic, but with a gap in the middle. Try and fill the gaps. Hey, babe, we're not going to be able to do, you're not going to leave the stream in the manner to which you're accustomed, folks. My girl is in hiding under the covers at the bottom. But I will, on her behalf, I will say, from Tina and from me, Delta Mike, out. Catch you later, folks.